downtown. You're the one of the reverends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the movie Pitch Perfect. So it's like that concept. You get to the
Harley's got a couple of them. I don't think they ever played probably end up with that shit.
All right.
Listen, most likely he'll be the only Cohen anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Because they're never not too long.
Doctor.
No, you're not about it.
Yes, which was her dream. I told her I couldn't, but she's nice turn.
Yeah.
We all went to this week.
Yeah.
One and then
We were running into productive.
we're still on the automated, by the way.
Oh, of course. Yeah. So hopefully today, I'm sure we'll stay warm enough. We'll come back here after finish. And then the people who are watching tonight, who want to come tonight, back in the gallows.
Right.
The last, the Zoom is open. People will be able to. The rest is really good. But so far, so good.
Never can have too many. And that's why I don't, this building, there's one in the corner, I don't get it.
Don't give a service before, so.
These schools, junkyard, the courtyard. Smells right. We did it our way.
How are you?
Well, whenever you can, I mean.
Did you have a baby Tuesday?
No, Monday over.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think he'll be.
Getting later now.
Yeah, Monday,
Yeah.
Monday is less likely, somehow Thursday, but Rabbi and myself, but Monday, Tuesday off. So Monday, so whenever you lose somebody, so we are just part of it, we only have a few draws. Unfortunately, some of them are in Florida now, so what it
I'll tell you
it's
what,
very hard to do
if you want, you can have $1 million in history point, I shove it everyone, like fellas everywhere, and at night I shove. Go on the Zoom? No, I shove it in my room, I got a I got the John Bound books. I got a lot of books I should study the Torah every day. Well, I promised God He kept me alive when I had to see them. I would dub in every day and study the Torah. And they go well. So I do it. But you know what? I studied the parsha for today. I already studied the week before, so I know what I'm doing. Really good. Yeah, you do what you got in your mind. Get the show on the road.
All right.
No, we're gonna keep it here.
2 minutes?
That's true. We got a new rabbi to bring in today.
I want to start it.
I hope you hire her, since you. Well, it's up to you guys.
Well, we're inviting congregational reactions.
That's right.
Let us know your opinion.
Whatever it'll be, it'll be. A year from now, it'll all be settled. Yes.
Take this away.
Baruch Hashem.
And if it's in a few weeks, even better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a minute.
Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to Temple Beth Tzedek. We will begin with Birchot HaShachar on page 65. Please rise.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan nesach v'yivin halavchin ben yom uven laila. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani b'tzalmo. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani Yisrael. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani ben chorin.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, pokeach ivrim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, malbish arumim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, matir hasurim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, zokev kevufim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, rokah haaretz al hamayim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'osa likol tzorkim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hamechin mitzadeh gaveh. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, ozer Yisrael b'gevurah. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, oter Yisrael b'tifarah. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hanoten la'ohev koach. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hamavishena menatnu ma'me'afapai. V'ratzon levanach Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Utnenu hayom v'choyom nechenu chesed rachamim v'nech v'nech v'roenu v'tigmelenu chasadim tovim. Baruch atah Adonai gomel chasadim tovim le'amo Yisrael.
Amen. Page 70.
Rabbi Shmuel Omer b'shlosh יהי רצון מלפניך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, שתיתן חלקנו בתורתך ונהיה מתלמידיו של אהרון הכהן, אוהב שלום ורודף שלום, אוהב את הבריות ומקורבן לתורה.
We rise on page 71.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה,
אמן.
בעלמא דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן.
יהי שמי רבה
מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו. לאלה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תשבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. על ישראל ועל רבנן ועל תלמידיהן, ועל כל תלמידי תלמידיהן, ועל כל מן דיוסקין ברייתא, די ויתרה הדין ודי בכל אתר ואתר. יהי להון ולכון שלמה רבה, חינה וכיסתה ורחמין, וחיים אריכין ומזונה רווחה, ופורקנה מן קדם אבוהן דבשמיא ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיא, וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, וברחמיו יעשה שלום, עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן.
Amen. You may be seated. Page 72.
היום יום שבת קודש שבו לווים אומרים בבית המקדש מזמור של יום השבת. עוד ינבון בסבע דשנים ורעננים יהיו להגיד כי אשר ענה צורי ולא עבלתה בו.
Continue on page 81.
מזמור שחנוכת הבית לדוד, ארממך אדוני כדלתני ולא שמחת עלי. הפכת מספליל מחולי, פיתחת שקי ותזרני שמחה, למען יזמך כבוד ולעיתום אדוני אלוהי לעולם עודך.
Mourners and those observing Yurtzeit are invited to rise on page 82 for Mourner's Kaddish.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו. לאלה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תשבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיא, וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן.
Amen. We rise on page 83.
ברוך שמה הוויה אלוהים, ברוך הוא ברוך הוא סב ראשית, ברוך הוא מרסה, ברוך הוא סמכיהם, ברוך הוא יחיד עולמים מלך משובח ומפואד שמו הגדול, ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מהולל בתשבחות.
Please be seated. We continue with Ashrei on page 96.
אשרי שבטך עוד יהלוך סלחה, שם שכחלו שם שרונה אלוהיו, תהילה לרבירה ממך. תהילת אדוני דבר פיו ויברא כל בשר שם קודשו לעולם ועד, ואנחנו נברך יום מהטוב ירולם, הללויה.
Continue on the middle of page 100 with Psalm 150.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, v'tzilzelei shama. Hallelujah, hallelujah, v'tzilzelei truha. Kol haneshama hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol haneshama hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Baruch Adonai Elohim Elohei Yisrael Osei Niflot Levado Uvaruch Shem Kevodo Leolam V'Yamelech Kvodat Kol HaHaretz Amen V'Amen.
Please rise, page 102.
Vayisharanai Bayom Vayar Yisrael et hayad hagdola asher sarana b'Mitzrayim vayiru ha'am et Aronai v'aminu b'Aronai uv Moshe avdo v'yushir Moshe v'nevisur Ki l'Adonai hamlucho Moshe al b'goyim, v'alu Moshe b'har Tzion lishpot har esav v'haytal Adonai hamlucho, v'yohay Adonai l'melech al kol haaretz, b'yom hahu yiranai echad, u'shemo echad.
We continue on the next page. You may be seated.
Nishmat kol chai tevorech et shemecha Adonai Eloheinu. Mid melach u'mish velach u'miarach lach ha'el hagadol hagibor v'nora el elyon koneh shamayim v'aretz na'lelecho u'neshabechacho nevorech u'nevrech et shem kodshecha kamur l'David borechi nafshi at Adonai v'chol kravhai et shehem kodsho o'el b'tatzumot u'zacha hagadol b'chvod shemacha hagibor lo netzach v'hanora b'norot HaMelech HaYoshev Al Kisei Ram V'Nisam.
Asher Koach, and thank you to Larry Boxer. We continue on page 105 with the Shacharit service.
Shochen ad marom v'kadosh shemo. V'fi shorim tithalal v'devrei tzadikim titbarach u'v'lshon chasidim titromam u'v'kerev kadoshim titkadosh. להודות, להלל, לשבח, לפאר, לרמם, להדל, לברך, להלל ולקלס, על כל דברי שירות ותשבחות, דוד בן ישי, עבדך משיחך.
Please rise.
ברכות והודות מהטוב עד עולם, ברוך אתה אדוני, אל מלך גדול בתשבחות, אל ההודות אדון הנפלאות, הבוחר בשירי זמרה, מלך הלכי העולמים. יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה, ויעמוד יברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכנו ויומכנו וחיי לכל בית ישראל, בגולה בזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשו, לעילם מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירן בעלמא ואמרו אמן. ברכו את אדוני המבורך, ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד.
You may be seated. We continue on page 107.
אין כערכך, אדוני אלוהינו, בעולם הזה, ואין זולתך, מלכנו לחיי העולם הבא. אפס בלתך גואלנו, לימות המשיח, ואין דומה לך, מושיענו לתחיית המתים. אל אדון על כל המעשים, ברוך ומבורך בפי כל נשמה, גודלו וטובו, מלא עולם דעת ותבונה, סובב מותו. המתגואל חיות הקודש, ונדר בכבוד על המרכבה, זכות ומישור לפני כיסו, חסד ורחמים לפני כבודו. טובים מאורות שבורא אלוהינו יצרם בדעת, בבינה ובהשכל, כוח וגבורה, נתן בהם להיות מושלים בקרב תבל, מלאים ומפיקים נוגה. נאה זיוון בכל העולם, שמחים בצאתם וששים בבואם, עושים באימה רצון קונם. פאר וכבוד נותנים לשמו, צהלה ורינה לזכר מלכותו, קרא לשמש ויזרח אור, ראה והתקין את צורת הלבנה. שבח נותנים לו, כל צבא מרום, תפארת וגדולה, שרפים ואופנים וחיות הקודש. כולם אהובים, כולם ברורים, כולם גיבורים, וכולם עושים באימה וביראת רצון קונם, וכולם פותחים את פיהם בקדושה וטהרה, בשירה ובזמרה, ומברכים ומשבחים ומפוארים, ומעריצים ומקדישים וממליכים. וכולם מקבלים עליהם עול מלכות שמיים זה מזה, ונותנים רשות זה לזה, להקדיש ליוצרם בנחת רוח, בשפה ברורה ובנימה קדושה, כולם כאחד עונים ואומרים ביראה, קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות, מלך על הארץ כבודו. והאופני וחיות הקודש ברעש גדול מתנסים לי ומצרפים לעומתם משבחים ואומרים ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. אור חדש על ציון תאיר, 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 ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו, ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו. ברוך אתה אדוני יוצר המאורות. Bavienu לשלום מארבע כנפות הארץ ותוליכנו קוממיות לארצנו כי אל פועל ישועות אתה ובנו בחרת מכל עם ולשון וקרבתנו לשמך הגדול סלע באמת להודות לך וליחדך באהבה. ברוך אתה אדוני הבוחר בעמו ישראל באהבה. שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך וקשרתם לאות על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובישעריך. אדוני אלוהיכם אמת. לדור ודור הוא קיים ושמו קיים וכיסו נכון ומלכותו ואמונתו לא עד קיימת. אמת שאתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו מלכנו מלך אבותינו גואלנו גואל אבותינו יוצרנו צור ישועתנו פודנו מצילנו מעולם שמך אין אלוהים זולתך.
In a moment, we will rise for the Amidah. We will begin with Cantor Spindler and join in the first three brachot. After Kedusha, we will continue silently through page 120.
Ram v'nisa gadol v'nora, mashpil ge'im u'magbi'a shifolim, motzi asirim ufode anavim, ve'ozer dalim, ve'one le'amo, be'et shavam elov, tilot le'el elyon, baruch hu mevorach, Moshe uvnei Yisrael lecha anu shira, Besimcha rabba ve'yameru chulam mi chamocha bo'elim Adonai mi kamocha nedar b'kodesh Nora tehilot o sefer ele shira chadasha shibichu geulim leshimcha al sefat hayam yachar kulam hodu vehimalichu ve'yameru Adonai melech le'olam va'ed tzor Yisrael Kuma be'ezrat Yisrael Ufdechinu mecha Yehuda v'Yisrael Go aleinu Adonai tzvaot shemo Kedosh Yisrael Baruch atah Adonai Go al Yisrael Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak v'Elohei Yaakov Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor v'Hanoro El Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim v'Konei Hakol v'Zocher Chastei Avot U'mevi Goel Evnei V'nehem Leman Shemo B'Yahava Melech Ozer U'Moshia U'Magen Baruch atah Adonai Magen Avraham אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני מחיים את תימתה רב להושיע משיב הרוח מוריד הגשם מכלכל חיים בחסד מחיים מתים ברחמים רבים סומך אסורים ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומידו מלך ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה ונאמן אתה להחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים נקדש את שמך בעולם כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלך על הארץ כבודו אז בכל רעש גדול, אדיר וחזק, משמיעים קול, מתנשאים ליומת צרפים, ליומתם ברוך יאמרו, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. ממקומך מלכנו תופיע ותמלוך עלינו כי מחכים אנחנו לך מתי תמלוך בציון מתי תמלוך בציון בקרוב בקרוב בימינו, בקרוב בימינו, לעולם ועד, לעולם ועד תשכון. תתגדל ותתקדש, תתגדל ותתקדש, בתוך ירושלים עירך. תתגדל ותתקדש, בתוך ירושלים, בתוך ירושלים עירך. לדור ודור, לדור ודור, לדור ודור, ולנצח נצחים, בעינינו תירנה, תירנה מלכותך, כדבר האמור בשירי עוזך, על ידי דוד משיח צדקך. ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, על נצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, שבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש.
Kaddish Shalem is on page 138.
יתגדל ויקרא שמי רבו, וילמוד יברוך חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכון ויומכון וחי לכל בית ישראל, בגלו בזמן קרבים מרו. יהי שמי רבו מבורך, לעולם ולעולמי עולמיו. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשו. לעילם מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירן בעולמו ואמרו. תתקבל צלותנו ובאותנו דכל ישראל, קדם אבוהון די ושמי ואמרו. יהי שלום רבו מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל ישראל ואמרו amen.
We continue with our Torah service on page 139.
אין כמוך ואלוהים אדוני, ואין כמעשיך, מלכותך מלכות כל עולמים, וממשלתך בכל דור ודור. אדוני מלך, אדוני מלך, אדוני מלך לעולם ועד, אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן, אדוני יברך את עמו בשלום, והרחמים היטיב ברצונך את ציון, תבנה חומות תבנה חומות ירושלים, כי לך לבד מצחנו, מלך אלרום ונישא, אדון עולמים. ויהי בנשוא אהרון ויאמר משה, קומה אדוני ויחוסו וינוסו משנאך מפניך, כי מציון תצא תורה, כי מציון תצא תורה, ודבר אדוני מירושלים, ברוך שנתן תורה, ברוך שנתן תורה, תורה לעמו ישראל בקדושתו. Ana, Abda de Kudish Abarichu, 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 Ana, Avda 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 de Kudish Abarichu. Be'ana rachetz velishme kadisha, kadisha yakira, ana martush bechan. Be'ana rachetz velishme kadisha, Kadisha, Kadisha Yakira, Anamartush Bechon, Yeherava Kadamoch, Tetiftach Libi Beoraita, Betashlim Mishal in the Libi, Veliva de Cholamoch Yisrael, Letav Ulechayin Velishlam. Amen.
We'll find out.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Eloheinu Gadol, Adonai Kadosh Shemo. Eloheinu Gadol, Adonai Gadlu Adonai iti unerom mashemo yachdav lecha ve'hanetzach ve'hahor
Unavoidable. Shabbat Shalom. We read the Torah portion, B'Shalach, this week. And in this Torah portion, we have Shirat Hayam, the Song at the Sea, which is sung by the Israelites after they make it to safety and freedom. Moses leads part of the song, and Miriam leads a song as well, enhanced by dancing and musical instruments. The Song at the Sea gives this Shabbat a special name, Shabbat Shirah, the Shabbat of song. I read a midrash from Shemot Rabbah that gives special meaning to this song I'd like to share with you. It says, "From the time that the Holy One, blessed be God, created the world, Until Israel stood on the shores of the sea, no one proclaimed a song to God. God created the first human being, but Adam did not sing a song to God. God saved Abraham from the furnace and from the kings, and Abraham did not sing a song to God. And so regarding Isaac, who was saved from the knife, you could say this part now, did not sing, right. And so Jacob also, who was saved from the angel and from Esau and from the people of Shechem, he did not sing a song to God. When Israel came to the sea and it was parted for them, they immediately proclaimed a song unto the eternal God, as it says, Az Yashir Moshe, then Moses and the children of Israel sang. God hears this and said, this is what I have been waiting for. Implied in this midrash is that our songs are deeply meaningful to God. Singing, it takes effort, it takes skill, and it is often the most direct, unfiltered expression of what we feel deep inside. When we sing together, we join our hearts to one another. And I have to imagine that God appreciates the unity and the harmony. There is still some action in our story before we get to the big number. We left last week just poised for the Exodus, and we will now read about our dramatic exit. Our Torah reading begins in the Eitz Chaim commentary on page 399.
יעמוד ארי בן שרה בנימין הכהן, ברוך שנתן תורה לעמו ישראל בקדושתו, ואתם הדבקים ברנתכם, חיים כולכם היום. When Saren takes the first aliyah, Kohen aliyah.
Baruch hu Adonai Hambarach, Baruch Adonai Baruch Elam Bo'eh, Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato, Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Vayehi b'shalach paro es ha'am v'lo nacham Elohim derech eretz plishtim ki karov hu ki amar Elohim pen yinachem ha'am bir osam milchama v'shavu mitzrayma Vayasev Elohim es ha'am derech hamidbar yam suf v'chamushim alu v'nei Yisrael me'eretz Mitzrayim vayikach Moshe es atzmos Yosef imo ki hashbeah hishbiah es b'nei Yisrael emor Pakod yifkod Elohim eschem v'ha'alisem es atzmosai mize itchem v'yis'u misukos v'yachanu v'esom b'ktzei hamidbar v'Adonai holech lifnehem yomam b'amud anon l'chosam haderech v'layla be'amud eish laha'ir lahem lo leches yomam v'layla lo yomish amud ha'anon yomam ve'amud ha'eish layla lifnei ha'am וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור, דבר אל בני ישראל וישובו ויחנו לפני פי החירוס בין מגדול ובין היום לפני בעל צפון נכחו סחנו על היום ויאמר פרעה לבני ישראל נבוכים הם בארץ סגר עליהם המדבר וחיזקתי את לב פרעה ורדף אחריהם ויכבדו בפרעה ובכל חילו וידעו מצרים כי אני אדוני ויעשו כן ויוגד למלך מצרים כי יברך העם ויהפך לבב פרעה ועבדיו אל העם ויאמרו מה זאת עשינו כי שילחנו את ישראל מעבדינו ויסור את רכבו ואת עמו לקח עמו ויקח 600 רכב בחור וכל רכב מצרים ושלישים על כולו ויחזק אדוני את לב פרעה מלך מצרים וירדוף אחרי בני ישראל ובני ישראל יוצאים ביד רמה.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
יעמוד מלך בן מתה וחיים זאב הלוי. Matthew Dubin takes the Levi Aliyah, which begins on page 402, verse 9. Oh.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach. Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'natan Lu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayirdefu Mitzrayim achareihem vayasigu otam chonim ahayam kosus rechev paro ufarsha v'chelo al pi hachirot lifnei batzafon ufaro hikriv vayisu v'nei Yisrael et enei Vayisu v'nei Yisrael et eineihem v'hinei Mitzrayim nosea achareihem vayir'u me'od vayitzaku v'nei Yisrael el Adonai vayomru el Moshe hamibli ein kvarim b'Mitzrayim v'chachtanu lamu b'midbar mazot asita lanu v'hotzianu miMitzrayim Halo zeh hadavar asher dibarnu elecha b'Mitzrayim le'mor chadal mimenu v'na'avda Mitzrayim ki tov lanu avod et Mitzrayim mimutenu b'midbar Vayomer Moshe el ha'am al tira'u hityatzavu ur'u et Yeshuat Adonai asher ya'aseh lachem hayom Ki asher ritam et Mitzrayim hayom lo tosifu lirotam od adolam Adonai yilechem lachem ve'atem tacharishun.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten HaTorah.
Amen. Yasher koach.
Shalom, shalom,
taking the third Aliyah, observing Yortzeit for his father, Benjamin Rosenberg. The Aliyah starts page 403, verse 15.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Baruch. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Ato Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam Asher Bacha Bana Mikol Ha'amim V'nosa Lanu Es Toraso. Baruch Ato Adonai Nosein HaTorah.
Amen. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe matitzak Eloi daber el bnei Yisrael v'yisa'u ve'ato harem es matcha unte es yodcha al hayom uv'ka'ehu vayavo bnei Yisrael besoch hayom bayabasha va'ani hineni mechazek es lev Mitzrayim vayavo acharehem ve'ikavda b'far'o u'v'chol chelo berichbo u'v'farashov ve'yod'u Mitzrayim ki ani Adonai v'hikavdi b'far'o berichbo u'v'farashov Vayisa malach ha'Elohim ha'holech lifnei machanei Yisrael vayelech me'acharehem vayisa amud he'onon mipnehem vaya'amod me'acharehem Vayavo bein machanei Mitzrayim uvein machanei Yisrael vayehi he'onon ve'hachoshech vayo'er es haloila velo korav ze el ze kol haloila Vaye Moshe es yodo al hayom vayolech Adonai es hayom beruach kodim azor kol halayla vayosem es hayom lechorava vayibok'u hamoyim Vayavo'u v'nei Yisrael besoch hayom bayabasha V'hamayim lohem choma miminam u'mismolam Vayirdefu Mitzrayim vayavo'u acharehem Kol esus paro richbo u'farashov el toch hayam Vayehi be'ashmores haboker vayashkef Adonai el machanei Mitzrayim ba'amud eish ve'onon vayaham eis machanei Mitzrayim vayosar eis ofan markivosov vaynahagehu bichvedus vayomer Mitzrayim anusa mipnei Yisrael ki Adonai nilcham lahem b'Mitzrayim.
Baruch Ato Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam Asher nasan lanu Torah semez v'chayei olam notah b'sochenu Baruch Ato Adonai Nosein HaTorah.
Amen. Yasher Koach. The fourth Aliyah begins on page 405, and after I let Larry call up the fourth Aliyah, we will rise in preparation for the Song of the Sea.
Ya'amod Yoel ben Hershel u'bluma Riv'im. Bill Bernstein takes the fourth Aliyah, observing Yortzeit for his grandmother, Molly Bernstein.
Please rise.
We don't rise until the Shira itself. We don't rise until the Shira itself. Okay. Yeah.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamorach. Baruch Adonai Morach Le'olam V'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'notan Lanu Et Torato Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe Neteh es yodcha al hayom V'yoshuvu hamayim al Mitzrayim Al Richbo v'al Poroshov Moshe es yodo al hayom Vayoshov hayom Lifnos boker le'esono Umitzrayim nosim likroso Vayna'er Adonai es Mitzrayim besoch hayom Vayoshuvu hamayim Vaychasu es horechev V'es haporoshim Lechol chel Paro Haboim acharehem bayom Lo nishar bohem ad echad Uvenei Yisrael Holchu vayabosho besoch hayom Vehamayim lohem chomo Miminam umismolom Vayosha Adonai bayom hahu Es Yisrael miyad Mitzrayim Vayar Yisrael es Mitzrayim meis al sefas hayom Vayar Yisrael es hayod hagedola Asher asa Adonai b'Mitzrayim Vayiru ha'ames Adonai Vayaminu b'Adonai Uv'Moshe Avedo Az Yashir Moshe Uvenei Yisrael Es Hashira Hazos Ladonai Vayomru Lemor Ashiro Ladonai Ki Ga'a Ga'a Sos V'Rachava Rama Vayom Ozi V'Zimrosiya Vayhili Lishua Ze Eli V'Yanevehu Elohei Avi V'Arom Menhu Adonai ish milechama, Adonai shemo, Markevos paro, v'chelo yorov ayom, umivachar sholishov tubu v'yamsuf, Tehomos yechas yumu yordu v'imtzolos kimo oven, Yemincha Adonai ledori b'koach, Yemincha Adonai tir'atz oyev, Uverov ge'onecha taharos kamecha, Tishalach aronecha, Yochlemo kakash, Uveruach apechon le'er mumayim nitzvu chemoned nozlim kafu sehomos belev yom Omar oyev erdof asig achalek sholo timlo emo nafshi arik charbi tori shemo yodi Noshav tavruchacha kisomo yom Tzolelu ka'oferes b'mayim adirim Michamocha bo'elim Adonai Mikamocha nedar b'kodesh Nora tehilot osefele Notisa yeminecha tivlo emo aretz Nachisa v'chastecha amzuga alta Nehalta ve'ozcha el neve kodshecha Shamu amim yirgozun Chil achaz yoshvei peloshes Oz nivhalu alufei Edom Elei Moab Yochazei Morad Nahamogu Kol Yoshvei Chinoan Tipol alehem emosa v'fachar bigdol ziroacha yirmu ka'aven ad yavor amcha Adonai ad yavor amzu kanisa teviemo v'sita emo behar nachaloscha machon l'shivtecha pa'alta Adonai mikedosh Adonai konenu yodecha Adonai melach le'olam evad Kivasus paro brichbo uforashov bayom vayoshev Adonai alehem esmei hayam uvenei Yisrael halchu vayabosho besoch hayam Vatikach Miriam Hanaviyah Achos Aharon Es Hatof Biyado Vatetzena Chol Hanoshim Achareha Besupim Uvim Cholos Vata'an Lohem Miriam Shiru Ladonoi Ki Ga'o Ga'a Sos V'roch V'rama Vayam Vayasa Moshe es Yisrael miyam su vayetzu el midbar shur vayelechu shalosh es yamim bamidbar velo motzu mayim vayavo umorosa velo yochlu lishtos mayim mimora ki morim heim al kein kara shema mara Vayilonu ha'am al Moshe le'mor manishte Vayitzak el Adonai Vayorehu Adonai eitz Vayashlech el hamayim Vayimteku hamayim Sham samelo Chok umishpat v'sham nisahu Vayomer im shamoa tishma Lekol Adonai Elohim V'hayashar be'enov taseh V'ha'azanto lemitzvoso V'shomarto kol chukav Kol hamachala Asher samti v'mitzrayim lo osim olecha Ki ani Adonai rofecha
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam Asher notan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nota b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Talmud Judasara bat Mordechai
Rachel.
Famishit. We call Helen Weinstein for the fifth Aliyah, observing Yortzeit for her mother, Ruth Rosenblum. The reading begins page 414, verse 27.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamavarach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamarach li'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher b'chabanu mikol ha'anim v'nasan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayavo'u elima v'sham shtem esrei einos moyim v'shivim timorim vayachanu sham al hamoyim vayis'u me'elim vayavo'u kol adas b'nei Yisrael el midbar sin asher bein elim uvein sinoi b'chamisha osor yom lachodesh hasheni l'teisom me'eretz Mitzrayim vayilonu kol adas b'nei Yisrael al Moshe va'al Aharon b'midbar vayomru alehem b'nei Yisrael Mitain Museinu v'yad Adonai be'eretz Mitzrayim b'shivteinu al sir habosor be'achleinu lechem la'sova ki hotzesem osonu el hamidbar hazeh lehamis es kol hakol hazeh bara'ov vayomer Adonai el Moshe hineni mamtir lachem lechem min hashamoyim v'yatsa ha'am v'laktu devar yom beyomo leman anasenu hayelech besorasi imlo V'haya bayom hashishi v'hechinu eis asher yaviu v'haya mishneh al asher yilketu yom yom vayomer Moshe v'Aharon el kol b'nei Yisrael erev vidatem ki Adonai hotzi eschem eretz Mitzrayim uvoker ur isem es kevod Adonai b'shamo es teluno sechem al Adonai v'nachnu ma ki salinu aleinu vayomer Moshe b'seis Adonai lachem ba'erev basar le'echol v'lechem ba'boker lisboa bishmoa Adonai es teluno sechem asher atem malinim olav v'nachnu ma lo aleinu saluno sechem ki al Adonai Vayomer Moshe el Aharon emor el kol adas b'nei Yisrael kirvu lifnei Adonai ki shama eis teluno sechem Vayehi kraber Aharon el kol adas b'nei Yisrael vayifnu el hamidbar v'hinei kevod Adonai nir'ah be'anon.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah temet v'chayim olam nota b'tocheinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Harvey Sanders takes the sixth Aliyah, observing yard site for both grandmothers?
Both grandmothers, yeah.
Both of his grandmothers. The Aliyah begins on page 416, verse 11.
Baruch hu et Adonai Baruch.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Elam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Elam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vaydaber Adonai el Moshe lemor, Shamati et tlunot b'nei Yisrael, daber alem lemor, bein ha'arbaim tochlu v'sar, uvaboker tisbe'u lachem, vidatem ki ani Adonai Elohechem, vayehi ba'erev Tahal hashlav vatchas et hamachane uvaboker haytal shikvat hatal saviv lemachane vatal shikvat hatal vehine Al penei hamidbar da'ach mechuspas da'ach kol kfar al haaretz vayiru b'nei Yisrael vayomeru ish el achiv manhu ki lo yadu mahu vayomer Moshe alehem hu halechem asher natan Adonai lachem leochla zeh hadavar asher tiva Adonai liktu mimenu ish lefi ochlo omer legulgolet מספר נפשותיכם איש לאשר בעלו תיקחו ויעשו כן בני ישראל וילקטו המרבה והממעיט ויאמרו ואומר ולא הדיף המרבה והממעיט לא החסיר איש לפי אוכלו לקטו ויאמר עד משה עליהם איש אל יותר ממנו עד בוקר ולא שמעו אל משה ויותירו אנשים ממנו עד בוקר ויורם תולים וירום תולים וישבש ויקצוף עליהם משה ויקטו אותו בבוקר איש כפי אוכלו וחם השמש ונמס ויהי ביום השישי לקטו לחם משני האומר לאחד ויבואו כל נשיאי העדה ויגידו למשה ויאמר עליהם הוא אשר דיבר אדוני שבת קודש לאדוני מחר את אשר תאפו אפו ואת אשר תבשלו בשלו ואת כל העודף הניחו לכם למשמרת עד הבוקר ויניחו אותו עד הבוקר כאשר ציווה משה ולא הביא איש ורימה לא הייתה בו ויאמר משה אכלו היום כי שבת היום לאדוני היום לא תמצאו בשדה ששת ימים תלקטו וביום השביעי שבת לא יהיה בו ויהי ביום השביעי יצאו מן העם ללקוט ולא מצאו ויאמר אדוני אל משה עד אנה מאנתם לשמור מצוותיי ותורותיי ראו כי אדוני נתן לכם השבת על כן הוא נותן לכם ביום השישי לחם יומיים שבו איש תחתיו אל יצא איש ממקומו ביום השביעי וישפטו העם ביום השביעי ויקראו בית ישראל את שמו מן והוא כזרע גל לבן ותומו כצפיחית בדבש ויאמר משה זה הדבר אשר ציווה אדוני מלוא האומר ממנו למשמרת לדורותיכם למען יראו את הלחם אשר האכלתי אתכם במדבר בהוציא אתכם מארץ מצרים ויאמר משה אל אהרון קח צנצנת אחד ותן שמה מלוא האומר מן והנח אותו לפני אדוני למשמרת לדורותיכם כאשר ציווה אדוני אל משה והניחהו אהרון לפני העדה למשמרת העדות למשמרת ובני ישראל אכלו את המן 40 שנה עד בואם אל ארץ נושבת את המן אכלו עד בואם אל קצה ארץ כנען והאומר עשירית האיפה
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה
אמן
It is at this point that we pause and ask for God's healing for those who are in need. I am going to read some names and then pause, and you'll have the chance to add your own names to this list. Misha Beirach Avotenu Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov Sarah Rivcha Rachel Valeah Hu Yivarech V'Yirapeh Ed Yehudi Bat Nechama Kineret Bat Ruvain ben Chaim Leib David Yosef ben Sivia Asher Lemuel Yoel ben Leah Dov Chaim ben Sarah Leah Chan Miriam Bat Sima Devorah Devorah Leah Bat Ita Chaya Fagel Bat Reina Terry Manway Simcha ben Tova Chaya Chaim Herschel ben Esther, Udia bat Chaya, Shoshana bat Miriam, Ruthie Porter ben Rose, Hal Cunahan, Kelly Greco, Chaim Avram Nota ben Hannah, Sarah Mindel bat Edith, Francie Cunahan, Chagit bat Miriam, Susan Fujinami, Rachel Shoshana bat Sarah, Shmuel ben Fruma, Shmuel ben Mendel Halevi, Salvatore Thomas Bell, Yudasi Etel bat Ozer Vasara, Allison Knapp, Eva Blum, Zelda Sora bat Meryl Bital, Yisrael Ranan ben Shana Marsha, Chana Frima bat Meir Golda, Sarah bat Sarah, Plonit bat Plonit, Moshe Leib ben Esther, Rana bat Malcha, Yonat Tzevi ben Hinda, Ellen Stockdale, Surika Dave, John Espinoza, Meir Tzevi ben Rachel, Chava Bracha bat Devorah, Chana bat Malka, Carrie Zakaris, Harriet Lerman, Larry Danziger, Chaya bat Rashka, Leah bat Pesha Shulamit, Robert Greco, Miriam bat Sarah, Leah bat Nechama, David ben bat Sheva, Serka bat Liba, Bruce Alvo, Marsha Goldstein, Maria Corigliano, Marlene Joseph, Jody Robinson, Milfred Coco, Iris Leswing, Deborah Medwin, Yenta Bela bat Rachel, Zachariah ben Leah Fega, Five Lev ben Devorah, Shifra bat Tova Chana, Aviva Batya, Harav Moshe Elchanan Halevi ben Yetta, Noah Samuel Pollack, Michael Levi ben Chayazlata, Davi Lev ben Zahavi, Alana Zipporah bat Malcha, Yosef Ephraim ben Peril, Pinchas ben Leah, Betty Trachtman, Shelley Sanders, Irvin Sanders, Miriam bat Ganendo. You may rise and share their names.
Shoshana bat Mindy. Kathy Gordon.
McDonough Rifkachaya bat Miriam, and Miriam Bas Ezra Hakon.
Joyce Scott, Foster Dale.
Lloyd Gerbich. Kayla bat Marianne
Nathaniel, Nathan, James, Goldchild, Carmen Hickman.
Noah Samuel Pollock. Steve
Wallet,
Richard Nelson.
V'kol chalim b'kila kadosha hazot, HaKadosh Baruch Hu yimaleh rachamim aleihem, v'chatzikam l'rapotam, v'yishlach lehem heira refuah shalem amin hashamayim, refuat hanefesh, refuat haguf, b'tok shar chalei Yisrael, Shabbat himi lizov, v'ufarach rova lavo, hashtaba agalav v'zman kariv, v'nomar, amen. We wish them refuah shalema, and we rise for the Debbie Friedman Misha Berach.
Misha Berach Avotenu Makor HaBracha Le'imotenu. May the source of strength, who blessed the ones before us, help us find the courage to make our lives a blessing, and let us say Amen. Misha Berach Imotenu Makor HaBracha Lavotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema, the renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say Amen.
We continue with the 7th Aliyah, page 419.
Ya'amod, Shalom ben.
Shalom ben Binyamin.
Ben Binyamin, Shvi'im. Shalom Press is taking the 7th Aliyah,
ברכו את אדוני המבורך. ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
אמן. וייסעו כל עדת בני ישראל ממדבר סין למסעיהם על פי אדוני, ויחנו ברפידים ואין מים לשתות העם. ויורב העם עם משה ויאמרו תנו לנו מים ונשתה. ויאמר להם משה מה תריבון עמדי מה תנסון אס אדוני. ויצמא שם העם למים ויולן העם על משה ויאמר למה זה העליסנו ממצרים להמיס עושי ואס בוני ואס מקני בצמא. ויצעק משה אל אדוני לאמור מה אעשה לעם הזה עוד מעט ושקלוני. ויאמר אדוני אל משה עבור לפני העם וקח איתך מזקני ישראל ומתך אשר הכיסה בו אס היאור קח בידך והלכת. הנני עומד לפניך שם על הצור בחורב והכיסה בצור. ויצאו ממנו מים ושסה העם. ויעש כן משה לעיני זקני ישראל. ויקרא שם המקום מסע ומריבה על ריב בני ישראל. ואל נסוסם אס אדוני לאמור היש אדוני בקרבנו עם עין. ויבוא עמלק וילחם עם ישראל ברפידים. ויאמר משה אל יהושע בחר לנו אנשים וצא הילחם בעמלק מחר. אנוכי ניצב על ראש הגבעה ומטה האלוהים בידי. ויעש יהושע כאשר אמר לו משה להילחם בעמלק. ומשה אהרון וחור עלו ראש הגבעה. והיה כאשר יורים משה ידו וגבר ישראל וכאשר יניח ידו וגבר עמלק וידי משה כבדים. ויקחו אבן וישימו סחתו וישב עליה ואהרון וחור תמכו בידיו מזה אחד ומזה אחד. ויהי ידיו אמונה עד בוא השמש. ויחלוש יהושע אס עמלק ואס עמו לפי חורב. ויאמר אדוני אל משה כסוב זוז זיכרון בספר ושים באוזני יהושע כי מחו אמחה אס זכר עמלק מתחת השמיים. ויבן משה מזבח ויקרא שמו אדוני ניסי. ויאמר כי יד על כס יא מלחמה לאדוני בעמלק מדור דור.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Please rise.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה וילמד דברי חירותי וימליך מלכותי וחייכון ובחיי דכל בייס ישראל, בגולו בזמן הקורב ימרו. יהי שמי רבו מבורך, לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתעלה שמי קודשו לעילא מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן בעלמא ויאמרו
תעמוד רבה סולח בת דוד וקהילה מפטיר. The Maftir Aliyah begins on page 421, verse 14. You may be seated. Rabbi Sarah Rich will chant the Maftir Aliyah, and following will chant the Haftarah for us today. We're putting her to work.
Baruch Hu at Adonai Havorach. Baruch Adonai Havorach Leolam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe Kesov zos zikaron ba'sefer v'sim ba'oznei Yehoshua ki mocho emche zecher Amalek mitachas hashamayim vayiven Moshe mizbeach vayikra shemo Adonai nisi vayomer ki yad al keis ya milchama l'Adonai ba'Amalek midor dor.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chai olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Ya'amod. Harav. Yitzchak Meir. Ben Avraham. Hadba. Ta'amod. Liza Bat Yisrael. V'shira HaGolelet.
Please rise.
V'zot HaTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael al pi Adonai v'yad Moshe. Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe.
Morasha Kehilat Yaakov.
Morasha Kehilat Yaakov. Morasha Kehilat Yaakov. Torah tziva lanu Moshe.
Thank you so much and Yasher Koach to our Gabayim and our Torah readers and everyone who had an Aliyah this morning. We would like to offer you a blessing. Please rise. You had an Aliyah. Misha Beirach Avotenu Avraham Yitzchak V'Yaakov Sarah Rivchel Rachel V'Leah V'Yivarech Ekol Kruim Asher Alu Hayom Lichvod HaMakom Lichvod HaTorah Lichvod HaShabbat HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishmor Otam V'Mishpachotam V'Yishlach Bracha V'Hatzlacha B'Chol Masei Yedehem Im Kol Yisrael Cheihem V'Nomar Amen. You may be seated. Like I need to be in two places at once, so I'll talk from here and then I'll read some Haftorah from over there. The Haftorah this morning is on page 424 in your Chumashim. And we are going to hear our second song of the day, biblical song of the day, which is the Song of Devorah. And I won't speak long because the Haftarah speaks nice and long for itself, but I will say that I was sitting right there 4 years ago, listening to the Song of Devorah, realizing that we have a daughter, Miriam, who has a song in this Torah portion, and we have Sivan Devorah, who has a song in this Torah portion. And as Naomi was kicking away in my stomach, I thought, because the rabbis tell us that there are 7 women who are granted the gift of prophecy. Miriam, Devorah, Sarah, Esther, Hannah, Huldah, and Abigail. And so Naomi's Hebrew middle name is Abigail, in honor of that. So the moment started right there, 4 years ago. Page 424.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nvi'im tovim v'ratzav v'divreihem hanetmarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habocher b'Torah uv'Moshe avdo uv'Yisrael amo uv'nvi'ei ha'emet b'Tzedek. Udvora isha neviah eshet lapidot hi shoftat Yisrael ba'et hahi v'hi yoshevet tachato mer Devorah bein harama uvein Beit El Bahar Ephraim v'ya'alu eleha b'nei Yisrael lamishpat v'tishlach Vatikra levarach bet Avinoam mikedesh Naphtali vatomer elav halotziva Adonai Elohei Yisrael lechu mashachta behar tavor velakachta imcha 10,000 ish mibnei Naphtali umibnei Zebulun. Umeshachti elecha el nachal kishon et Sisra sartzeva yavin vet richbo biad hamono unitati hu biadecha vayomer eleha barak im telchi imi v'halachti v'im lo telchi imi lo elech vatomer Haloch elech imcha efes ki lo tieh tifartecha al haderech asher ata holech ki viad isha yimkor Adonai et Sisera vata kom Devorah vatelech im barak kedsha vayazek barak et Zebulun vet Naphtali kedsha vayal biraglav aseret alefei ish vatal imo Devorah v'chever hakeni nifrad mikayin mibnei chovav chotein Moshe vayed oholo ad elom b'tzananim asher et kadesh Vayagidu l'Sisra ki Allah barak bet Abinoam har tavor vayazek Sisra ekol richbo tisha me'od rechev barzel ekol ha'am asher ito mecharosh et hagoyim el nachal kishon V'atomer Devorah el barakum ki
Zeh hayom asher natan Adonai et Sisra b'yadecha. Halo Adonai tzava lefanecha. Vayered barak mehar tavor. Vaseret alafim ish acharav. Vayahom Adonai et Sisra v'kol rechev v'kol hamachaneh lefi cherev lifnei varak. Vayered Sisra me'al hamerkava vayanos beraglav. Uvarak radaf acharei harechev acharei hamachaneh ad Charoshet hagoyim, vayipol kol machaneh Sisra lifnei cherev, v'lo nishar ad echad. V'Sisera nas beraglav, el Yael eshet chever hakeni, ki shalom bein Yavin melech Hatzor, uvein beit chever hakeni. Vatetse Yael likrat Sisra, vatomer elav, Surah Adoni, Surah Elai, Altira, Vayasar Elecha Haohela, Vatichasehu Basmicha, Vayomer Eleha, Hashkini na me'ad mayim, Kitza me'eti, Vatiftach et ne'od hechalav, Vatashkehu, Vatichasehu. Vayomer Eleha amod petach ha'ohel, v'haya im ish yavo, u'she'elech, ve'amar hayesh po ish, v'amart ayin. Vatikach Yael eshet chever, et yatad ha'ohel, v'tasem et ha'makev, v'yada v'tavo elav balat v'titka et hayated barakato v'titznach ba'aretz uhu nirdam v'yaf v'yamot v'hine varak rodef et Sisra v'tetze Yael likrato v'tomer lo lech ve'ereka et ha'ish asher ata mivakesh, vayavo eleha, v'hine Sisra nofel meit, v'hayated barakato. Vayachna Elohim bayom hahu et Yavin melech Canaan, lifnei b'nei Yisrael. V'telech ya b'nei Yisrael haloch v'kasha, al Yavin melech Canaan, Ad asher hifritu et Yavin melech Canaan. Vatashar devora uvarak ben Avinoam vayom hahu lemor. Bifro parot b'Yisrael v'hit nadev am baruchu Adonai. Shimu malachim ha'azinu roznim. Anochi ladonai, Anochi ashira, azamer ladonai Elohei Yisrael. Adonai b'tzeitecha miseid, b'tzadecha misdei Edom, Eretz ra'asha, gam shamayim natafu, gam avim natfu mayim, harim nazlu mipnei Adonai, Zeh Sinai, mipnei Adonai Elohei Yisrael, bimei Shamgar ben Anad, bimei Yael, chadlu orachot, v'holechei netivot, yelchu orachot, akal kalot, chadlu frazon b'Yisrael, chadelu, ad shakamti dvorah, shakamti em b'Yisrael. Yivchar Elohim chadashim, az lachem sharim, magen im Im Yera'eh Baromach, ב40,000 בישראל. ליבי לחוקקי ישראל, המתנדבים בעם, ברכו אדוני. רוכבי אותנות זכורות, יושבי על מדין, והולכי על הדרך שיחו. מכל מחצצים, בין משאבים שם, יתנו צדקות אדוני, צדקות פרזונו בישראל, אז ירדו לי שרים עם אדוני. אורי, אורי דבורה, אורי, אורי דברי שיר, קום ברח, ושווה שבייך בן אבינועם. אז ירד שריד לאדירים עם, אדוני, וירד לי בגיבורים. מיני אפרים, שורשם בעמלק, אחריך בנימין בעממך, מיני מחיר ירדו מחוקקים, ומזבולון משחים בשבט סופר. ושרי ביששכר עם דבורה, ביששכר כן ברח, בעמק שולח ברגליו. בפליגות ראובן גדולים, חיקוקי לב. למה ישבת בין המשפטיים, לשמוע שריקות עדרים? לפלגות ראובן גדולים, חיקוקי לב. גלעד בעבר הירדן שכן, ודן למה יגור אוניות, אשר ישב לחוף ימים, במפרציו ישכון. זבולון עם חרף, נפשו למות בנפתלי, על מרומי שדה. באו מלאכים נלחמו, אז נלחמו, מלכי כנען, בתנ"ך עמי מגדול, בצע כסף לא לקחו. מן שמיים נלחמו הכוכבים, ממסילותם נלחמו עם סיסרא. נחל קישון רפם, נחל קדומים, נחל קישון, תדרכי נפשי עוז. אז הלמו עקבי סוס בדהרות, דהרות אבירב. אורו מרוז, אמר מלאך אדוני, אורו ארור יושביה, כי לא באו לעזרת אדוני, לעזרת אדוני בגיבורים. תבורך מנשים, יעל אשת חבר הקני, מנשים באוהל תבורך. מים שאל, חלב נתנה, בספר אדירים הקריבה חמה. ידה ליתד תשלחנה, וימינה להלומות עמלים, והלמס סיסרא. מחקה ראשו, ומחצה וחלפה רקתו, בין רגליה קרא נפל שכב, בין רגליה קרא נפל, באשר קרא שם נפל שדוד. בעד הלא נשקפה בת יעבב, עם סיסרא בעד האשנב, מדוע בושש רכבו לבוא, מדוע אחרו פעמי מרכבותיו, חכמות צרותיה תעננה, אף היא תשיב אמריה לה. הלא ימצאו יחלקו שלל, רחמתיים לראש גבר, שלל צבעים לסיסרא, שלל צבעים רקמה, צבע רקמתיים לצברי שלל. כן Yovdu kol oivecha Adonai, ohavav kitzeit hashemesh bigvurato, batishkod haaretz arba'im shana. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, tzor kol haolamim, tzaddik v'chol hadorot, ha'el ha'ne'eman ha'omer ve'oseh, ha'medaber u'mkayem, shel kol devarav emet v'tzedek. Ne'eman atahu Adonai Eloheinu, ne'emanim devarecha, idvar echad midvarecha, achor lo yashuv rekam, ki hamelech ne'eman v'rachaman atah. Baruch atah Adonai, ha'el ha'ne'eman b'chol devarav. Rachem atzion ki beit chayenu, u'la'avat nefesh toshia b'mheira b'yameinu. Baruch atah Adonai, misamech Zion b'vanecha. Samchenu Adonai Eloheinu, be'eliyahu anavi avadecha, u'v'malchut beit David mishichecha, b'mheira yavo v'yalgel libenu. Al kiso lo yeshev zar, v'lo yinchalu od achirim ek kvodo, ki v'shem kodshacha nishbata lo, shel yichben neiro le'olam va'ed, baruch atah Adonai, magen David. Al haTorah, v'al ha'avodah, v'al hanvim, v'al yom ha'shabbat hazeh, shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu, litushav linucha, li'chavod u'tifaret. Al hakol Adonai Eloheinu, anachnu modim lach, u'mevarachim otach, yitbarach shimcha b'fi kol chai tamid le'olam va'ed, baruch atah Adonai, mekadesh ha'shabbat. We continue on page 148 in the Cedar Reed.
Yakom porkan min shamaya. וכל מי שעוסקים בצורכי ציבור ובבניין ארץ ישראל באמונה, הקדוש ברוך הוא ישלם שכרם ויסיר מהם כל מחלה וירפא לכל גופם ויסלח לכל עוונם וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיהם עם כל ישראל אחיהם ונאמר אמן.
Our combined prayer will be offered this morning by Fern Bernstein. Please rise.
Thanks, Cantor. Source of blessing, our guardian and hope, bless, we pray, all who are dear to us. Watch over them with your protecting love. Bless the people of this congregation. Grant them health of body and serenity of spirit. Guide them on the path of Torah and good deeds. Bless our country, our leaders, and our fellow citizens. Keep us faithful to our heritage of freedom and justice. Help us to banish all suffering and strife. Be with the men and women who serve our country. Bring them under your wings and protect them, body and soul. May their sacrifices for the sake of peace be of enduring effect. Bless our brothers and sisters in the land of Israel. Prosper the work of their hands and minds. Strengthen them and grant them peace. Bless our fellow Jews wherever they may dwell. Comfort those who are in distress. Deliver them speedily from darkness to light. Protect the nation of Ukraine and its citizens. Make its aggressor desist from destruction. Break the warrior's bow and judge between the nations. Bless all your children in every land and community. Unite them in understanding and mutual helpfulness. Hasten the day when all can rejoice in a world of peace. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Ashrei is on page 151.
Ashrei Ashrei v'techa od yalalu chasel. Toda l'olam v'del l'sayim dor shalom l'sayim v'tadek v'tadek. Zecher tu yadei yoti los yanein. Odim. Tehillat Adonai yedaber pi v'vorech kol basar shem kodsho li'olam va'er v'anachnu nevorech yamei atah v'yad olam. Hallelujah.
He rises, the ark is opened, and the Torah is returned.
Yehallelu et Shem Adonai ki nisgav shemo levado odo al eretz v'shamayim vayorem keren le'amo tehila lechol chasidav livnei Yisrael am kerovo. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Mizmor leDavid Havul Adonai b'nei Elim, Havul Adonai, Kavod v'oz, lai, 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 Havul Adonai kevod shemo, Shtachavul Adonai b'hadrat kodesh, Kol Adonai halamayim, El hakavod hirim, Adonai al mayim rabim, Kol Adonai ba'koach, lai, 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 Kol Adonai behodor, Kol Adonai shover.
That would be awkward.
Shaber Adonai et arze halvonon vayar kidem kemo egel levonon v'siryon kemo veneremim lai 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 kol Adonai chotzev lahavot eish kol Adonai yachil Adonai midbar kodesh kol Adonai yecholel ayalot vayechesof ye'arot uvehechalo kulo omer kavod lai 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 Adonai lama bul yoshov yeshem
Now that you have it balanced.
Shar
When the war in Ukraine began last February, 56-year-old Nelia Snehursky was determined to stay. Her son, Konstantin, was born with Edwards syndrome, a genetic disorder that causes severe disability. Konstantin needs 24-hour care, and Nelia is his full-time caretaker. He receives help from their close-knit village near Odessa and support from the Ukrainian health services. Since Nelia cannot work outside of the home, her husband and their adult daughter's salaries are what support their family. While many families in their village fled immediately after the shelling began, Nelia and her family feared the disruption, and they chose to stay. She shares, "We did not want to leave our home, but our village was under constant bombardment. We spent almost 3 months hiding in the basement among howling sirens and falling bombs with no electricity or running water. My family's health began to deteriorate. Some of our neighbors were killed, and we could not continue living in such a dangerous place." So at that point, the family decided that it was time to leave for a neighboring country. On arrival in Krakow, the family was faced with meeting their immediate needs in a foreign country where they did not speak the language. Nelia also had to navigate the Polish healthcare system to find the necessary care for her son. Everything is new here. At the very beginning, I didn't know how to register Konstantin as having a disability. My daughter saw a poster for Ukrainian refugees at the railway station about how to access healthcare in Poland. But when I saw the doctor, I struggled to explain his health problems and to understand what the doctor was saying in Polish. This Shabbat, we joined with synagogues and Jewish organizations on 5 continents to commemorate Refugee Shabbat. This initiative, led by HIAS, which is a major refugee resettlement organization, and we have wonderful JFS partners who are engaged in this work in this corner. This Shabbat draws our attention to the modern refugee experience. There could not be a more appropriate Shabbat for learning and thinking about refugees than Parashat Bishalach. As we reflect on their experience of fleeing war and political persecution, we read about our ancestors in Egypt as they did the same. Every person who flees their home has a moment when they make the choice to leave. And I am struck by how personal of a decision this is, how people who face the same threat will make this decision differently. Although 8 million Ukrainian refugees have been recorded across Europe as of last month, not everyone chooses to leave. I personally know 2 different people who have family in Ukraine, and in both cases, their families have decided to stay, even though they had a way to leave. In one case, it was to be part of the resistance, and another, it was just not wanting to uproot her life and start somewhere new. Their stories offer us the opportunity to think about what it means to leave your home when it is dangerous to stay, but when there is no clear path forward. So let's turn now to our refugee story in all of its complexity. As our Torah portion begins this morning, Pharaoh has finally relented and allowed the Israelites to leave Egypt. Following God's command, the Israelites take gold and silver from the Egyptians. With their livestock and their matzah, they leave the place where they have been enslaved as a people for 400 years. What the Israelites receive that no refugee group today receives is assurance from God that everything will work out fine. Before they leave, God gives the instructions for Pesach, how to observe the holiday that commemorates their freedom from slavery. God hands them the script of exactly how to tell the story of this miracle to their children, what to eat, with whom, and when. And on top of that, God tells them, you're going to wear tefillin, which will be a sign on your hand and on your head, remembering that God freed you from Egypt. What we wouldn't give for this level of assurance before we take a major step in our lives. And yet, none of this is enough to ease the Israelites' fears when the moment arrives. God predicts this reaction. As it says in the first verse of our parsha, Vayihi b'shalach paro. Now when Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them by way of the land of the Philistines, although it was nearer, for God said, Pen yinachem ha'am birotam milchama v'shavu mitzrayma. The people may have a change of heart when they see war and return to Egypt. God predicts that when the Israelites see the Philistines, whom we know from future stories are quite formidable, that they will want to turn back. So God brings them to the sea where they can't turn back. Imagine how you would feel in this moment. You are leaving Egypt, a terrible place, after a series of plagues that have turned the land unrecognizable. With you are gold and silver, which you have never owned before, but could really be yours if you just got away. You follow the crowd, you approach the sea. This is a chance you've been waiting for, but is it really happening now like this? Before you is water. Other than bathing in the Nile, you haven't been in water like this. You don't know how to swim long distances. And now behind you, Pharaoh's army is coming. All of the promises that God made, that Moshe has offered, they don't seem possible in this moment. It is only a question of whether you will die by battle or by drowning. This is the setting for the turning point of our narrative. Everything that has happened, from God summoning Moses at the burning bush to the early conversations and the magical acts performed in front of Pharaoh, to the devastation of the 10 plagues and the release of the Israelites, it all comes to a head at this moment as we wait to see what will take place. The Israelites readily show their hand to Moses. Was it for lack of graves that you took us out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? I have to admit that this is one of my favorite verses in the Torah because it sounds like an ancestor of Jerry Seinfeld coming in with the sarcasm and the observational humor at the most profound moment in the Israelites' journey to freedom. Moses, to his immense credit as a leader, does not take the bait. He offers a beautiful response in the next two verses, verses 13 and 14. He says to the people, "Have no fear, stand still, and witness God's salvation. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you will never see again. Adonai will battle for you. You hold your peace." A midrash in the Mechilta, which is a collection of midrashim that date back almost 2,000 years, it tells us that in this moment, the Israelites react in 4 different ways. And then the midrash does a close reading of these 2 verses to explain these 4 categories of reaction. The first group wants to drown themselves in the sea. They see no hope of surviving in any case, but prefer to drown than to die in battle with the Egyptians. This reminds me of the actions of the zealots on the top of Mount Masada. To this group, Moses says in verse 13, "Stand still and witness God's salvation. Just stand there. Do not throw yourselves into the sea. The second group wants to return to Egypt. To them, it would be better to surrender, to survive as slaves, than to die in the sea or in battle. To them, Moses says, these Egyptians that you see today, you will never see them again. There's no returning to Egypt. The third group wants to battle it out with the Egyptians. They don't see a way through the water, but they do not want to go down without a fight. To this group, Moses says, Adonai will battle for you. This is not your battle to fight. Let God handle it, as God has handled everything else up until this point. And the fourth group cries out to God, against God, in protest for what's happening. Moses responds to this group, hold your peace, say nothing. In their own way, I think we can find each of these responses justifiable. But none of these responses is the way forward. The way forward is through the sea. In the next verse, we hear from God, Vayomer Adonai el Moshe, Ma titzchak elai, daber el bnei Yisrael, vayisa'u. Then Adonai said to Moses, why do you cry out to me? Tell the Israelites to go forward. What the Israelites need to do in this moment is not to try to solve the problem on their own, not to find some creative way around it. They need to march forward. They need to believe. As Rabbeinu Bachya, a medieval Spanish commentator, says, that when God says to move forward, God is hinting that if the Israelites show faith by stepping forward, God will part the sea. Fear and faith can present themselves as opposites. If we are afraid, it's hard to believe that things will work out. And if we have faith, then we should have no fear. But this is not how it works in reality. Life is full of moments of fear, and no amount of belief can prevent that. What the Israelites need to do in this moment is to dig deep and find faith. Faith that is driven by their fear. Faith is not a feeling of certainty that things will work out in a favorable way, but rather the condition of acting with hope when certainty is not possible. Rabbi Shai Held, a contemporary Jewish theologian, writes a great deal about faith and doubt. He addresses a topic in a lecture that he gave called Why I Still, in parentheses, Sometimes Believe in God. And he says the following: faith and doubt are not rivals or competitors, but companions. Faith and doubt are not rivals or competitors. They are companions. You do not have faith in something if you know it for certain, because that is called knowing. Faith is only operative when doubt is present. Doubt is not something to be ashamed of. Doubt is an opportunity to explore new questions about the nature of God and about what we are experiencing in our own lives. Faith and doubt are companions, two sides of the same coin. So going back to the Israelites, God doesn't need them to know that the sea will part and that everything will be fine. God needs them to find hope and take one step forward. When it comes to major moments in our lives, it is rare that we are offered certainty. We are naturally full of doubt and fear about what will happen. This shows up for us at home, at work, in our community. God calls us to accept and acknowledge our doubts, but to hold on to faith, to take a step forward without guarantee of the outcome. When the Israelites gather their courage to step forward in faith, they merit liberation. May we too find ways, big and small, when our faith can bring us to a new land. Shabbat Shalom. Musaf begins on page 155.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבו, ביעלמו דברכירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכנו ויומכנו וחיי לכל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו. יהי שמי רבה מבורך, לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויפר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשו, לעילם מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירון בעלמו ואמרו אמן.
We will recite the Musaf Amidah silently to ourselves, beginning on page 156A or B. You may continue through page 161. If you are still praying the Amidah, please finish at your own pace. The cantor's repetition will begin on page 156A. Please rise.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak v'Elohei Yaakov Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor v'Hanora El Elyon Gomel Chasodim Tovim v'Konei Hakol V'Zocher Chastei Avot Umevi Goel Livnei V'Nehem Leman Shemo Be'ahava Melech Ozer Moshe U'Magen Baruch atah Adonai Magen Avraham אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, בחיי מתים אתה רב להושיע, משיב הרוח ומוריד הגשם, מכלכל חיים בחסד, מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא, ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר מי כמוך ומידו מלך ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישוע ונאמנתו להחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני מחיה המתים. נריצך ונקדישך כסוד שיח שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך על הארץ כבודו כבודו מלא עולם, כבודו מלא מלא עולם, משרתו ושואלים, שואלים זה לזה. איה מקום כבודו, איה מקום כבודו, לעומתם ליומתם, ברוך יאמרו. Baruch kevod Adonai mimekomo. Mimekomo yifen berachamim v'yachon am hamayachadim shemo v'yachon am hamayachadim shemo erev v'avoker b'chol yom tamir pamayim be'ava shema omrim shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Eloheinu Avinu Malkeinu Moshienu Vehu Yashmienu Berachamav Shenit, 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 le'enei kol choy, liot lachem le'elohim. ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור, ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור הללויה, לדור ודור נגיד גודלך על נצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, שבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש.
May be seated.
תיקנת שבת רצית, קורבנותיה ציווית פירושיה עם סידורי נסחיה, מינגיה לעולם כבוד ינחלו, תואמיה חיים זכו, וגם האוהבים דבריה גדולה בחרו. אז מסיני נצטוו עליה, וצווים אדוני אלוהינו, להקריב בה קורבן מוסף, שבת כראוי. יהי רצון מלפניך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, אלוהינו, המשיב בנים לגבולם, שתעלנו ושמחה לארצנו, ותיטענו בגבולנו, ששם עשו אבותינו לפניך את קורבנותיהם, תמידים כסדרם ומוספים כהלכתם, ואת מוסף יום השבת הזה עשו והקריבו לפניך, באהבה כמצוות רצונך, ככתוב בתורתך, על ידי משה עבדך, מפי כבודך כאמור. וביום 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 השבת, וביום 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 השבת, וביום השבת, שני כבשים בני שנה תמימים, וביום השבת, שני כבשים בני שנה תמימים, ושני עשרונים סולת, מנחה בלולב השמן ונזכו ביום השבת. עולת עולת שבת, עולת שבת בשבתו, עולת שבת בשבתו, על עולת התמיד, על עולת התמיד התמיד ונזכו ביום השבת. ישמחו במלכותך שומרי שומרי וקורא עונג שבת, ישמחו במלכותך שומרי וקורא עונג שבת, מקדשי שביעי כולם ישבעו ויתענגו מטובך השבת, ישמחו שומרי 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 שבת וקורא עונג שבת, ישמחו שומרי 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 שבת וקורא עונג שבת. והשביעי רצית בו וקידשתו, חמדת ימים מותו קראת, זכר למעשה וראשית. אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, רצה במנוחתנו, קדשנו במצוותיך, ותן חלקנו בתורתך, סבנו מטובך, ושמחנו בישועתך, וטהר ליבנו לעבדך באמת. והנחילנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה וברצון שבת קודשך, וינוחו בישראל מקדשי שמך. ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש השבת. וצער אדוני אלוהינו בעמך ישראל, ובתפילתם והשבת עבודה לדביר ביתך, ותפילתם ביבאת תקבל ברצון, ותהי לרצון תמיד עבודת ישראל עמך. ותחזינה עינינו בשובך לציון ברחמים. ברוך אתה אדוני המחזיר שכינתו לציון. מודים אנחנו. הטוב כי לא חלו רחמך והמרחם, כי לא תמו חסדיך. הטוב כי לא חלו רחמך והמרחם, כי לא תמו חסדיך. כי מעולם קיווינו לך, כי מעולם קיווינו לך, כי מעולם קיווינו לך, כי מעולם קיווינו לך. ועל כולם יתברך ויתרומם שמך מלכנו תמיד לעולם ועד, וכל החיים יודוך סלע ויהללו את שמך באמת, האל ישועתנו ועזרתנו סלע. ברוך אתה אדוני הטוב שמך ולך נאה להודות. אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, ברכנו והברכה המשולשת בתורה, הכתוב על ידי משה עבדך, האמורה מפי אהרון ובניו הכהנים, עם קדושך כאמור. יברכך אדוני וישמרך. יאר אדוני פניו אליך ויחונקה. יישא אדוני פניו אליך וישם לך שלום. שים שלום, שים שלום טובה וברכה. שים שלום טובה וברכה, חן וחסד ורחמים עלינו ועל כל ישראל עמך, ברכנו אבינו כולנו כאחד באור פניך. שים שלום טובה וברכה. שים שלום טובה וברכה, כי באור פניך נתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו תורת חיים ואהבת חסד וצדקה וברכה ורחמים וחיים ושלום. שים שלום טובה. שים שלום טובה. וטוב בעיניך לברך את עמך ישראל בכל עת ובכל שעה בשלומך. ברוך אתה אדוני המברך את עמו ישראל בשלום.
Kaddish Shalem is on page 181.
יתגדל ויקרא שמי רבו, וילמד ורכירותיה וימליך מלכותה, וחייכון ויומכון וחיי לכל בית ישראל, בגולה ובזמן קורא ואמרו. יהי שמי רבו מבורך, לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשו. לעילם ינקה ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירון בעולמו ואמרו. תתקבל צלותנו ואהודהון דכל ישראל, קדם אבוהון דבשמי ואמרו. יהי שלום הרבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו. עושה שלום שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום. עושה שלום שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום. הוא יעשה שלום, שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו amen.
You may be seated. Now call forward our president, Linda Boxer, with announcements.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
Welcome to our congregants, to our visitors, from our friends from JFS and Federation. We're so delighted you've all joined us here today. Let's see if I can remember everything. Last night, Rabbi Rich talked about memory, so let's see how I'm doing here. Thank you to everyone who participated in today's service, to Rabbi Rich, excellent Devar Torah, Ukraine and walking into the Red Sea. I'll think about this one. Cantor, beautiful voice today, thank you. Our cantorial intern, Zahava Fried, read one of the Aliyot. Larry Boxer and Marcia Goldstein served as Gabayim. Steve Jacobs was our honors coordinator. Judy Davis greeted this morning. Thank you very much. And to all who have come and participated, thank you. So tonight, things are a little bit different. And our apologies to people who are watching on live stream that we didn't do a Q&A in here last night. Once again, the heat was not working properly, and we will be on Zoom tonight. So beginning at 5 o'clock. It's not on that sheet. Beginning at 5 o'clock, we will have mincha, followed by a Suda. Everyone is invited. More food, come food. Following our Suda, we will have Mariv, I'm looking for the time, at about 6:25. Please bear with us, times are inexact, especially when we're busy eating. And then following Mincha and Havdalah, the Zoom link will be open. You can find the Zoom link right on the top of our website. It's just right there, live stream Zoom. It will be working, we hope. And the heat, we hope, will be fixed permanently soon. To all who have come, thank you. We welcome our Tat Shabbat participants who will be here shortly. Women's Network is having a Tu B'Shvat Seder tomorrow morning. We're again having a Red Cross blood drive on Tuesday, February 7th. It's been 3 years since we've done this in our building. The last time I looked, we still had 9 available appointments. Let's shine. Let's fill all of those appointments. So after Shabbat, please log into Red Cross Blood, I think it's redcrossblood.org, and make your appointment, or call me after Shabbat and I can help you. February 19th, a very busy day here in our building. At 11 a.m., we're going to have the official ribbon cutting for our newly renovated kitchen. Those of you who were here last night know it works. And then we will return at 2 p.m. to learn more about life and legacy, to ensure our future beyond our lifetimes, so that Temple Beth Tzedek will be here for generations to come. Purim is coming. Tu B'Shvat is Monday, so Purim is not far behind. So we can buy Mishlalach Mano bags, talk to Marcia Goldstein. We deliver to every member of the congregation. So now's a good time to join the congregation. We deliver to everybody in the congregation who will be in town and accepting bags. We can also order hamantasograms through the Youth Education Committee to send to other people, the same people. It's Purim, spread joy. And the Women's Network is sending out greeting cards. That flyer is also on our website. Everything is on our website. Groups are forming to volunteer at the Friends of the Night People. Lisa Benson tells me we're almost halfway towards the team that we need. The more the better, because people can and cannot come on any given day, so please contact Lisa about that. Remind our teens about funding to travel to Israel this summer through the Foundation for Jewish Philanthropies. The Foundation and our Jewish Federation have pooled resources for the Compassion Fund. Those who were impacted by the blizzard, some people are suffering, they can get help from the Compassion Fund. Some people have extra resources, they can donate to the Compassion Fund. It serves everybody in one way or another. Our cantorial intern, Zahava Fried, has 3 educational programs for our youngest members. Everyone should bring their children and grandchildren. The community religious school is selling Delta Sonic car wash coupons. We're excited again to be partnering with the Jewish Family Services for our health and well-being. Macy Clausen is here, an opportunity to talk to her outside of official office hours. The Women's Networks ask that you save your dashes tapes for them. The gift shop is available for all of our needs, our gift-giving needs. We continue always, because this is what we do, to collect food for the hungry, socks for the homeless, and household items for those who are new to this country. More information about all of these activities can be found on our website. But most importantly, what is on our website today, moving forward, as Rabbi Rich talked about, going forward, there is an evaluation form. We have paper ones, but save a tree. It's Tu B'Shvat, right? Save a tree. Go online, find the form. After Shabbat, please complete it. The search committee, chaired by Harvey Sanders and Lisa Wallenfels, values your opinions. I'm talking about you in front of you, I'm sorry. We need to know what you think. We're planning our future. We're moving forward. So your assessment of our rabbinic candidate is very much appreciated. And so please go online after Shabbat and complete your evaluation. Your opinion does matter. And please join us in the social hall following Kiddush, following services for Kiddush, and then approximately 1 p.m., and live streamers, please forgive us. We're eating again. We move slowly. We'll be back in the sanctuary approximately 1 p.m. for a Q&A with Rabbi Rich. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Did I get everything?
Nicely done. We will continue with Ein Keloheinu on page 182 and invite forward Eladim who want to help lead our song.
Ein Keloheinu, ein Kadonenu, ein Kemalkeinu, ein Kamoshienu, mi Eloheinu, mi Kadonenu, mi Chamalkeinu, mi Chamoshienu, ein Keloheinu, ein Kadonenu, ein Kemalkeinu, mi Eloheinu, mi Chadonenu, mi Chamalkeinu, mi Chamoshienu, ein Keloheinu, ein Kadonenu, ein Kemalkeinu. No de l'Eloheinu, no de l'Adonenu, no de l'Malkeinu, no de l'Moshienu, ein Keloheinu, ein Kadonenu, ein Kemalkeinu. Baruch Eloheinu, Baruch Adonenu, Baruch Malkeinu, Baruch Moshienu, ein Keloheinu, ein Kadonenu, ein Kemalkeinu. Atahu Eloheinu, Atahu Adonenu, Atahu Malkeinu, Atahu Moshienu, ein Keloheinu, ein Kadonenu, ein Kemalkeinu, ein Kamoshienu, Atahu Shektiru, Avoteinu lefanecha et ketoret hasamim. Adonai ozli amo yitain, Adonai yivarech et amo v'shalom.
We'll now recite Kaddish in memory of those who died in the Holocaust, defending the state of Israel, victims of terror and violence around the world, and all who have no one to recite Kaddish for them. Page 184. Yitkadal, Yitkadash, Shemei Rabbah. V'yamad divrach hirutei, v'yamlich malchutei, v'chayechon uvyomechon uv'chayei jechol beit Yisrael, ba'agala v'zman kariv v'imru amen. V'hei shmei Rabbah mivorach le'olam olomei amaya. Yitbarach v'yishabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei dekudasha b'rechu le'ela minkol birchata v'shirata tush b'chata v'nechemata damiran b'yama v'yimru amen. Yehei shlama Rabbah min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav hu yaseh shalom. Aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. We remain standing for Aleinu, page 183.
Aleinu l'shabeach ladon hakol, latet gedula leyotze bereshit, shelo asanu k'goye haratzot, velo samanu k'mishpachot ha'adama, shelo sam chelkeinu kohem, v'gor aleinu k'chol hamonam, v'anachnu korim, u'mishtachavim u'modim, lifnei melech, Malchei HaMelachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shehu Noteh Shamayim ve'osei haaretz, u'moshav Yekaro b'shamayim, u'shchinat uzo, v'gavehei meromim, Hu Eloheinu einod, emes malkeinu efezulato, Kakoatu v'betoroto v'yadato hayom v'hashevota elevavecha ki Adonai בשמיים, הארץ ועל הארץ, מתחת אין עוד, על כן ראשון. Second ראשון. ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני המלוך לעולם ועד, ונאמר, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד.
You may be seated unless you are in mourning or observing Yahrzeit today. Mourner's Kaddish is on page 184. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei rabbah, v'yamad tivra v'yirtei v'yamlich machlutei, v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chaye jachol beit Yisrael, v'agala v'zman kariv v'yimru. Amen. Yehei shmei rabbah mivarach le'olam olamei amaya. Barach, Vishtabach, Vishpa'ar, Vitraman, Vitnaseh, Vitadar, Vitaleh, Vitalal, Shemei de Kudasha, Brichu, Le'ela, Mikol, Birchata, Vishirata, Tushbachata, Venechemata, Damiran, Viama, Vimru, Amen. Yehe Shlama, Rabba, Min Shemaya, V'chaim, Aleinu, Ve'al Kol Yisrael, Vimru, Amen. Oseh, Shalom, Bimromav, Hu Yaseh, Shalom. Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael, Vimru, Amen. Thank you so much, Cantor, for a beautiful service this morning. Kiddos, we're changing it up a little bit. You will receive your candy after you sing Adon Olam so beautifully for us. All you have to do is say Shabbat Shalom to Dr. Danziger after Adon Olam. We conclude with Adon Olam, page 187.
Adon Olam. בטרם כל יציר נברא לעת שמו נקרא אזי מלך שמו נקרא ואחרי ככלות הכל לבדו ימלוך נורא והוא היה והוא הווה והוא יהיה בתפארה, והוא יהיה בתפארה, והוא אחד, אין שני להמשילו, להכבירה, בלי תכלית, ולא העוז והמשרה, ולא העוז והמשרה, והוא אלי וחי גואלי וצור חבלי בעת צרה, והוא ניסי ומנוס לי מנת כוסי ביום אקרא, מנת כוסי ביום אקרא בידו. אישן ויעירה וימרוכי גביעתי אדוני לי ולא אירא אדוני לי ולא אירא. שבת שלום.
Shalom, Sandy. Shalom, beautiful.
Hi. Don't mind me casually finding your Josh. Oh, so cool.
Come here, Sheena. Sheena. We're so happy. Guess what? Sheena has a hole in her nose.
Say Sarah.
I'm always like, it'll be fine. And then we take her like, here, one of these.
Yeah, because when we get home, she says, I'm hungry. Now it's time for dinner. We just had dinner.
Yes.
upset and offended by this. But, no, I'm just warning you. I decided from now on when I come in, I'm going to sit up there. Okay. That's okay. I'll book somebody else. You won't move up there with me? You know why I sit back here? Because you can talk. My neck's on. And so I don't like turning. The turning thing bothers me. Right, but if you sat right here, you wouldn't have to turn at all. Yeah, you got to turn. I don't like that. I have to say, I like the straight on, and then on the other turn. But you sit there so you can schmooze. And I like to be near the kids. I like to be near this guy. I'm not saying you're the kid. I'm busy at your kids. She's not yet. Oh, not yet? It's coming? Oh, Judy. Okay, then I'm going to say kid. Then he'll be a young man. So I brought you a nice gift from my house. I have gifts for you at my house. You have to stop by because I wrote on my list of fixtures. They actually hand them to you. Husband. It's easier this year. It's having an easier time. The schedule's a little better. It's 5 days a week. 100 people. Will you be happy? Yeah. It's going to be good next year, too. And Andy's going to work on it. I have to say, I made an
I understand you know my son.
Which one?
Which one?
Yeah.
I only have one son.
I stood up, I called my mom.
Jim Stein.
And Stanford felt colder.
I know. You probably know my daughter too, Sherry. My sister.
Yeah, dinner was shocking.
We'll have lunch with him now.
First of all,
We'll do. You like it, huh?
oh my God.
Nancy does a good work.
It was gorgeous. And it was hot, and the chicken was not overcooked, and everything about it. It was
She's a great person. I've known her for decades.
the salad. Did you see that pomegranate seeds and this fake cheese? I guess that's fake cheese. And yeah, and then Iris is already going to and then wasn't that bread so green? Bread was very beautiful, and then dessert. I would go to any dinner that she would. Well, I gotta tell you. Oops, you stretch. And too much stretch. Too much of it. I should have eaten half. That's what I'm It's actually warmer here. Yes, so you can go to the deli here, hotel with all your stuff. It's down in. No, a guy who retired. He had retired.
Checking to see if any others, some, a couple people said that. They're not coming to the others.
Well, all the other times, the questions got so repetitive at the different Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, that it was ridiculous. I told the committee we should make the list of the most asked questions.
Yeah, I was just moving the mic.
So bring this down, you, and give it a good, spells it out so they, because I want every word should hang on every word. Every word. Yeah, because every Shabbat that you were in all the children, I know you know how to like work around families.
Which is why I'm so happy.
Or their grants and the whole thing. Yeah. I have some trivia. Anybody says anything that I would like, I have a trivia. It hurts too.
Not that I know from you, but I feel what that feels like. She was like, I'm going to ask a question. I was like, okay. Question. No, I need everyone to hear. This is my plan. This is what needs to happen. And she got around. She did. It was fantastic. I loved it. Oh my God, Nancy. Can you write letters? Like to say, Alyssa told you what Joey said. It's so cute. My mom this morning, she was doing stuff about the box. Like, you could, except for the fact that your name has to be on every entry, so, you know, there's that.
Yeah, ready? Okay. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for Q&A. To everyone who's on live stream, thank you for that as well. And when Rabbi Rich, when anybody has a question, raise your hand, I will call on you, and we will ask Rabbi Rich to repeat the question so that in case everyone in the room didn't hear, and certainly on live stream if you didn't hear, that you'll be able to. And please, after Shabbos, complete the survey, especially the online version, which will get us the results the most quickly. But there is a copy in the office that you can get at the front table when you walk into synagogue. And just identify yourself. Your name has to be on it. Thank you. Questions? Ellen?
So Ellen asked what I needed to do to become part of the RA, the Rabbinical Assembly, which is a conservative movement's rabbinical professional organization. As I'm guessing most of you, all of you perhaps know that I was ordained as a Reform rabbi from the Hebrew Union College. I went to the New York campus, and I can tell you a little bit of, well, maybe that'll be for a separate question. So enough to know for now is that I was ordained as a Reform rabbi, and I went straight into Hillel, which is a pluralistic, non-denominational community, and so my role was really in supporting Jewish life for a very broad range of religious practices. When I decided that I wanted to become a congregational rabbi and make that career change, I knew that I wanted to be in a conservative synagogue, a combination of, my own personal practice and feeling like that I wanted to be in sync with the congregation that I would be serving in order to really lead them with authenticity. And so I applied to become a member of the Rabbinical Assembly, and their process is as follows: a pre-interview, an essay where you get to answer questions about your beliefs around conservative Judaism, your personal practice, talking to them about different moments in your career up to that point, and then some letters of recommendation from conservative rabbis, including, in this case, our own Rabbi Adam Rosenbaum, and then an interview from the membership committee of the Rabbinical Assembly, which is comprised of conservative rabbis. And then a couple of rounds of voting, and then I was admitted. And so I am, bound to all of the standards of practice of conservative rabbis and considered now a full-fledged member of the Rabbinical Assembly.
Thank you. Ed?
Why do you want to be a congregational rabbi after being in Hillel so much work? What's your feeling about why do you want to make the change?
The question is, why am I choosing to transition from being a Hillel rabbi to a congregational rabbi? So I fielded this last night, so you get to hear it twice, and you can tell me which answer you like better if you heard it last night. But the answer will be the same, which is that what I love about working with college students for the 12 years that I did is the opportunity during really critical moment in their lives, of their personal development, to help them find community and to help them see Judaism as relevant to their adult lives, helping them feel when they graduate college that they're equipped to go into the world as Jewish adults. And it was incredibly rewarding to be able to really specialize in the college experience and the Jewish college experience. And I came to a point where I wanted to be able to work with people across the life cycle with generations. The downside of college students is they leave you and you don't get to be with them after they graduate. And so the idea of serving a community and hopefully being with them for many, many years and watching changes in people's lives happen is something that I find very compelling at this time.
Steve Bernstein. Hang on 1 second, Steve. Steve Bernstein. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Steve Lippa.
So the question is, being that we've been here for 6 years and have many friends in this community, for me to transition to be a rabbi, which is different than a friend, how would I sort of maintain that boundary or navigate that transition? So one answer is that I think we would have to explore that together on some level and figure out, because that is different. But I really see it as an advantage to be able to start knowing you already and having had this chance to make connections with you that in some ways, while I want to get to know you all better, and the ways I'd want to get to know you are a little bit different as a rabbi than as a friend, but we can get started faster, I think, in trying new things because we've already broken the ice and we already know each other. And so I see that while there might be things that we need to navigate there, that it's overall a really wonderful thing and something that really draws me to the opportunity here. Oh, what are some of my new ideas? Yeah, it does feel like that. No, of course not. So, I mean, first of all, we've been members here because we love this community, and so I don't see anything that is in need of, we need to do a major overhaul, on this. So I think it's a question of how do we build off the wonderful community that we have here, which loves prayer, which loves learning, which loves helping one another and giving back to the community. I think that COVID really, as much as we stayed open online, it changed, and this is not just a Buffalo phenomenon, but what it means to get together, what brings people out, has changed a lot, and in some ways taken a hit. And so I would love for us to think about how do we rejuvenate some of the getting together in person. I thought Shabbat dinner last night was so lovely. I would love, if we're able to do that again more often. Ideas for kids programming and, outreach in the community in that way. I'm very passionate about education, and so, trying not just some new topics for classes, but some new modalities, some new formats for classes, maybe some learning that happens in people's homes, since we're very comfortable at home these days. And another thing I would love to think about, it doesn't have to be, day one, but would love your thoughts on whether having some kind of congregational Shabbaton or trip somewhere is something that there'd be interest in, because once you're away and you're together for a longer amount of time, then your relationships change with people and you reach another level. And that is just such a powerful tool for building community.
Janet?
Hi,
Janet.
So Kesher Inclusion is in its 23rd year, and everyone is a part of it here, and I know you're so familiar with it, Rabbi. We're always continuing to strive to remove barriers and to give people a sense of belonging, to facilitate whatever every person wants to do, to facilitate a way to achieve that. And I'm wondering about your thoughts. The Rabbi and Cantor are so central to Kesher, from outstretched arm to the pastoral, incredibly important pastoral care. And I'd just love to hear your thoughts about the Kesher inclusion and any ways that we're always looking to fine tune and evolve in ways that are meaningful.
Yeah. So the question is my thoughts on the Kesher Inclusion Committee and efforts and ways that we might fine tune, evolve. I mean, Janet, you're my hero in this area, so I think many of us feel that way. So I don't know at this stage, what I would say we should be doing differently. What I would say to you is, how can I help, and how can I be supportive? And, I some things that we do already, I know, why we do them. And I mean, this whole building is built around how much inclusion and accessibility means to us. But there might be things out there that are blind spots for me, that I'm not aware of. And so, I'd want to know what those are, as they come up. Yeah.
Rabbi, so I'm curious, the short version of the question is just what are your kind of thoughts or ideas or interests about our role as a synagogue in the larger Jewish community? You could answer it whatever way it seemed right. I mean, you already have kind of a relationship with rabbis, other rabbis in this community. It could be like how you think your relationship with them will change and modify, or it could be just the role of conservative Judaism within the larger Jewish community, or this congregation specifically. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts or ideas?
Yeah, thank you. So what is our synagogue's role in this community? And I'll answer some of those subheadings of that question. Great. I love that our community is so collaborative, across, with not always partnerships between synagogues, although we have the community religious school, which is a great example, but that there is a fluidity, that we're not in these silos where, Shir Shalom person cannot talk to a Beth Tzedek person. The opposite, they hold their Shabbat morning here. And the Hillel person in me loves when you have different things happening, in one space at the same time. Because when we talk about being vibrant, to me, that's what vibrancy is the ability and the willingness to do that, and to see, how we're stronger when we collaborate with one another. Currently serving as the chair of the board of rabbis and cantors in Buffalo. And that is a group that is mostly about chavruta, about being together for mutual support. We meet every 1 to 2 months and just study Torah together and talk about, things that are of concern. But it's mostly a group of support. And so I feel really, blessed to already have wonderful rabbinic and cantorial colleagues. And when you have those relationships, then I think it makes that kind of collaboration and partnership possible. So I think that piece, makes a big difference. And in the same kind of thing, I think it's helpful that I do know, the landscape already, so that the transition, I can tell you that how many different clergy in Buffalo texted me yesterday afternoon, wishing me good luck. So it's a very supportive group of people. I think that our Tikkun Leil Shavuot learning program that we host here is a wonderful opportunity that, again, during COVID, having to do it online, it was challenging. But as we move out of that, breathing new life into that. And I would hope to continue my partnership, Beth Tzedek's partnership with Hillel in some kind of way, so that the students who grew up, especially the ones who grew up conservative and want that feeling of home, that this is a place where I know already, that they are welcomed. And, we could think about what would it look like to partner with them and make sure they know that that option's available. Thanks.
Jeremy?
What do you think one of your biggest weaknesses is?
How much time do we have? No. One of my biggest weaknesses, I wish I sang better. I think that's challenging when you're leading services. Thank God we have cantors and so gifted to have cantor spindler. So I think that, that's one that I would share and couldn't really hide if I wanted to share it, or hide it, excuse me. Yeah.
Matthew?
So the question is, how might I bring in more young families to the synagogue? So I think I'll say two things. One is that I think it's all about talking to them, getting to know them, and making sure that they know they're welcome here. We sometimes think because we exist that everybody should know that, and know what's going on, but it generally takes more than that. It takes talking, getting to know people, inviting them to something specific, as opposed to, oh yeah, we're here every week. It's they're not sure. So I think being more really intentional around our outreach and building programming around that would be part of the strategy. The other thing, it's that it's not actually something that a rabbi or any one person can do alone, right? And so I think it's about all of us thinking, who are the younger people that we know who are not currently affiliated, and how do we all be ambassadors and invite them to things, or invite them to come with you for Shabbat, and then, we'll have dinner after, or, come over for lunch, or, but I would say that to be most successful in that area, it's something that we should all be thinking about, and be deliberate about how we do that.
Thank you again. And
please make sure you fill out your forms, either ideally online or on paper, and submit to the synagogue or to Harvey or me after Shabbos. And we very much look forward to getting your feedback. Thank you very much, Rabbi Rich.
Thanks, everyone. Shabbat shalom. Yeah, it's quick and simple. It was too hard. Oh my gosh, am I gonna do research?
Hopefully not. So I know that when the Jews escaped from Egypt, they also brought along some non-Jews.
Yeah.
Did they have to follow the laws that God set? For example, were they able to? Did they get manna on Saturday, or did they also have to take 2 portions Friday and rest?
Yeah, I don't think that they. Well, it's a good question, and I do kind of want to do some research. But there is a line in the Torah that says you should have the same law for you and the stranger in your midst. So I imagine that means that a lot of them stuck around and took on Jews. But you don't take on Jews, and then you wouldn't be required to. So I would say they had a personal choice. Yeah. But once you take it on, then you're in it. You can't decide, like, okay, I'll do Passover, but I don't think I'll do Sukkot. It's like you have to sort of take it all on.
If you weren't to choose it, could you like still stick with the Jews?
Yeah, there's something called a ger toshav, which means like a resident alien, like not like ET aliens, but like non-citizen alien. And yeah, there's always been people who kind of hang out. Your mom would call this Jew adjacent. That there have always been kind of Jew adjacent people who are drawn to the community, although they are not actually Jewish themselves.
All right.
Yeah.
So they would just kind of stick around. Like, would they get manna on Saturday, or would they just kind of follow along with everyone else? Yeah. Would their manna turn to maggots?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's already so interesting. What do you think about it? Yeah. Oh, it's just funny. I mean, it's just already so interesting that we have this magic food that falls from the sky that's edible.
The part about the jar of manna that they take with them.
Yeah.
I mentioned it to Yaakov and
That's really like 32 liters, I think.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
It says it's sap from a particular tree.
But there was
they
put it in a jar.
processed by lice, by plant lice.
But you
and
put it
to
in a
make
jar.
it edible.
Yeah, it said it was like honey. It said it's like kind of like a honey.
Yeah.
Honey wafers.
Honey wafers.
But there was this jar that was going to be kept for eternity. That people, and so Yaakov said it's probably in the basement of Rome with the menorah, the jar, the jar of manna.
You picked the one sentence. He brought us here because there weren't enough graves in Egypt. That stood out for me when
really?
I never read that before.
Yeah, it's a great line.
I spared you my tribulation.
What was it?
Well, you can find anything on the internet, right? So what website do you go to find if you were put back in the book of life for the next year?
Oh, wow.
All right, so we got a question.
That's a good one.
Catherine asked me a question. What do you think is the main difference between Reform Judaism and conservative Judaism?
Well, Reform Judaism is fully on board with personal choice, so that any individual could go through and make an informed decision about how they want to practice. It needs to be based in Torah. You can just kind of, it has to be kind of done authentically. The idea is that informed choice and personal autonomy comes first. And the conservative movement says, not exactly, that it's about tradition and change. And so
there's like a basement. There's a floor.
Yeah, and the conservative movement has this very specific process when they want to make kind of movement-wide decisions. So someone needs to write a position paper. There's a group of people who are appointed to study it. And what often happens is that people will submit multiple positions, and more than one can pass. So then you have more than one that can be considered valid, and then synagogue, one individual could choose from among them. So that is, I would say, the big difference in terms of practice. There's also a huge aesthetics difference that we don't, that is, to me, a much bigger difference in terms of, English versus Hebrew in prayer, use of musical instruments or not, length of services, things like that. And what I found is people are,
there is more of a push in the reform movement to return to, they went from all English with just basically the Shema in Hebrew And now they came back, not recently, like maybe even 20 years ago. There's a movement back to more Hebrew in the service.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Well, because they started from such a radical place of, I mean, some of them were having Shabbat on Sunday, you know, and I mean, that's when people were off work, so it wasn't just like, you know, kind of, we should be Christians now, but, you know, I think it just felt too radical,
and they got rid of the bar mitzvah.
Right.
And people were confirmed.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember reading responses from the Reform movement from like early 20th century, and it was like, can girls have a bat mitzvah? And they're like, no, because no one should be having any kind of bat mitzvah. Confirmation.
Wouldn't girls have a bat mitzvah?
Yeah, but they like didn't want boys to have bar mitzvahs. But wouldn't that be disappointing? Because you have such a big one coming out. What do you have for this?
Anyway, no, I just found it.
Yeah. The mana.
Yeah. And they talk about it right
here. The note is Omer, which never recurs in the Bible as a measure, became absolute and unintelligible. Ah. It's an ephah, I guess they used it.
Have you ever count the Omer? Did you ever try doing it? No. It's a really cool thing. I did it for the first time last year. And it was kind of a fun journey. It's
the Omer is 10th of an Omer.
That's a different.
An Omer manna in it. Yeah.
It's a measure. I mean, an Omer of anything is
and here it says
a measure.
An Omer of mana is 35 years.
Did you see the part where you put it in the jar?
Mm-hmm. And then it says like, yeah, as the Lord commanded us, and place, take a jar, put one Omer of mana in it, and place it for the Lord to be kept throughout the ages.
Throughout the ages, somewhere where there is a jar of mana somewhere.
It's probably destroyed.
Maybe it came out of my tree.
I'm not in a jar of it.
Yeah.
It's in a mason jar in my freezer. Well, that was really.
It's probably decomposed by now.
You were born into a Reformed family, so you became a Reformed. It's kind of like we join political parties based on what we're born into.
Yeah.
Did you choose to be a Reformed rabbi at that time because it was sort of your tradition, your family tradition? It was kind of.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how long to get into it. Once I started telling stories, it was long. But
you have
longer
undivided attention.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, raised Reform and decided I wanted to become a rabbi when I was in high school, and was very active in Nifty, the Reform, youth movement, all of that. So part of why I chose University of Maryland was because it had this huge Jewish population, and my sister already went there, she's 3 years older. So I got there just thinking I'd like be friends with more Sarah Riches out there who were also like super into it, you know. And what I found when I got there was this huge Orthodox community who were practicing, you know, so spiritually, with such devotion, a kind of Judaism that I had no access to, you know, and I like made me feel like this big, you know. And so what I ended up doing was deciding I wanted to learn. First, I wanted to learn how to pray in any minyan. So I started going to Orthodox minyan, and I had friends who would like sit down with me. And to make it more complicated, some of these friends grew up Reform and had become Orthodox in high school. So then the cognitive dissonance is like, oh no, like why? Well, should I be doing that? And what should I be doing? And as I tried to figure that out, I started Shabbat observant. We grew up with like some kashrut, but not that kind of kashrut. All of that. And, once, from my experience, when you start learning, you often start doing it because why not? You know about it. And so by the time I finished college and was applying to rabbinical school, it was like I still valued individual autonomy piece of Reform Judaism. It didn't seem to me like it excluded observance. It seemed like you read the text and you're committed to it, you should be able to do that. And so I felt like I had a stake in the movement. It inspired me so much, and it seemed like I should be able to make this work. And I wasn't quite ready to commit to that conservative process of, whatever these conservative rabbis say, like, I need to follow that. And JTS has, the conservative seminary has, like, some very strict rules. You could never drive to Shabbat, you could never attend an interfaith, things like that. I was like, I don't want to do those things, but I want it to be my choice and not lie, and the other thing was that I was very close, Rachel Isaacs, who was a name we've batted around so JTS wasn't accepting gay and lesbian rabbinical students yet. Like, she grew up conservative. I grew up Reform. Like, was I gonna go to JTS while she was stuck in HUC? Like, it wasn't right, you know. And I can't say like, oh, I'm such a hero. I made it only based on that. There were a lot of factors, and that was one of them. And she transferred once they changed the policy. Yeah.
I'm a huge Rachel Isaacs fan.
Yeah.
She's the one who did the Obama. I think I told you about her.
Yeah.
She's her friend. And when I had lunch in her house, Ezra, who's so thoughtful, gave me the, what's it called? The bencher that has from her wedding. I was like, I think you'll like this one.
Yeah, we'll get her here.
Nice collection item.
I want it for Gay Pride, but we need to get her.
Yeah.
We need to get her now.
Oh yeah, my friend had booked her at her synagogue in Vermont. Remember?
Yeah, I was like, come on, we gotta get Rachel Isaacs here.
We'll get her here. They were supposed to visit us summer of 2020, so they actually have like flight credit to Buffalo.
Oh,
They
okay.
never used. Yeah.
Shabbat
And
shalom.
why did you, I mean, obviously, there are so many congregations that are looking for a rabbi. But when you finished rabbinic school, when you were ordained, at that point you made the decision that you weren't ready to have a congregation.
Yeah.
Like what shifted for you?
Well, so at that
it's
time,
it's so much work.
Indeed. I mean, at that time, they're actually, you know, when I was told, you know, oh, you become a rabbi, there's so many places looking, you'll definitely have a job. But I started school in 2006, and so in 2008, there were no jobs, you know, because of the recession, and there were like 50 reform unemployed or underemployed rabbis. It was like not that much better by 2011 when I was ordained, but it was mostly the observance piece, which is that I was living an observant life and to lead a reform community where you're asked to, you know, I felt like it wasn't, forget me, like it's not fair to them, but it wouldn't work so great for me. And then there's Ezra in the mix, right? So like a lot of factors. And with Hillel, my religious observance was mostly my business, you know, and I was more flexible than I would be here.
It
but,
is. It's a very small.
You know, you make those choices, and
you know, I've known you for all these years, and I'm not a person who cries, but this has been such an opening process. So
I
thank you
can't. It's
for
too small.
answering.
Yeah. So
many
I think
questions.
You know,
I
I said that you were one of her biggest boosters.
Yeah, I
She
think it's a
said,
small prayer
yes,
box.
I could
That's
hardly
so funny.
up
Where'd you
that.
find
I
that?
was thinking it's amazing.
Oh.
I feel the same way about you, Catherine Anderson.
Good scavenger hunt.
And you as well. I would say the same thing. Anybody would do that.
It's such a great line.
Let me ask you a question about the parsha. At the incident of the rock, God tells Moses to collect some elders. What was the significance of the elders? Were they just supposed to be witnesses, or was there something else?
can we look at it?
Sure.
What's the thing at the rock?
When Moses.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I gave the short answer. I hope that was okay. Happy to give a long explanation.
There are two incidents in the Torah.
But I just
supposed to get water from the rock.
Yeah.
You know, this is the lesser known.
Yeah, the better one is when they're thirsty and they're mad.
Yeah.
What's her Miriam's dead? Miriam can't
You have to say it sometimes. Yeah. Go ahead. Good. Thank you.
We will not be back later.
But this is one before
But I already
Miriam,
know
while
you.
Miriam was
Yeah,
alive.
yeah.
All your
This is,
answers.
right after the crossing of the sea.
Yeah.
We have fun tomorrow.
Right, they needed
Thank
sweet
you.
water.
You drove
Yeah.
here today? I
Did
hope
he
you did.
hit the rock?
It is really cold.
And not one person asked about
Yeah,
it.
I realized that he had to
first,
hit it.
Yeah.
first time
Not
he was supposed to.
what keeps you up at night. Yeah.
Right. You got in trouble for hitting the rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Appreciate
Shabbat
all your
shalom.
all your support through this.
And,
Appreciate it.
Tell Ezra I'll see him Tuesday.
All right. You'll see him
Actually,
Tuesday.
I will not see him Tuesday.
Oh, okay. He'll miss you then. And I haven't. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Irish Special. Okay, I will tell him.
Helps to be in the right parsha.
I mean, without looking, generally when you need elders, it's because something big is happening. You need the wisdom.
Come on, sticky fingers. Basically, take with you some of the elders of Israel,
Hmm.
take them home, etc.
Yeah. This guy doesn't give us something on that.
Well, I'm sure there's a commentary somewhere. That's
Yeah. No, if we had like Mikro Gadolot, then we could get everybody's idea on it. Yeah. I don't know. Did you have a thought?
Well, what seemed obvious is that there were supposed to be witnesses and witnesses of stature, perhaps, but it seems that maybe there's something else there too.
Yeah. Well, I do wonder if there was. Yes. Right. If anything, there was something later when he doesn't take credit for it and gets in trouble. That, what you said about having there's witnesses, they can really testify against it. We were there the last time, and it was God who made it happen. It was not you and Aaron, bringing it around.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't even know what it's happening.
Yeah. If I get the chance, I'll take a peek at the book this afternoon and see if there's something else. Against their religion. With age comes wisdom, piety.
Requires some further investigation.
Yeah. And I would just change to the next oldest school room in our school, and they don't have anymore. It's just complete.
That'd be a good idea, right?
When we bought this month, that was we also had some but this one really brings a lot.
It's clear, yeah. Very intellectual.
Yeah, it's a good resource. I don't have it at home, so.
But you're right.
Yeah.
What a world.
Yeah. I don't know how the little bit before we got there, but I mean, it's kind of cool, right? The little blue guy down there. Where that came from?
Here's my little blue book one. Oh no, he's down there. You know me, I see something and I touch it.
Bonus, I got to spend a whole bunch of time with the girls.
And then a win for them.
Oh, it's a win. It's a win for us. All right.
You want all the kisses now?
The standard question is,
Yes.
everybody says, the person who says, I don't have any weaknesses, that's where the problem is.
Or the ones that are like, I work too hard.
Right. That's because we all have our flaws. We all have the things we don't excel at.
There's a fairly prominent Israeli rabbi who writes on the internet. Every so often, I've read his posting in which he boasts about his humility.
So I will say one thing I find interesting about this down there, is that they stay away from the practice ones. Marriage, those types of, everybody stayed, it's like, okay, we moved past that point where it's almost like, we've dealt with that issue. We're several years past it. We've all figured out how that already is going to work. No one's going to come again and try and rock that boat. It's like, we don't have, it's not a new question. It's like, I don't know.
How do you feel about their marriage?
Would you participate in a, or getting a, it's
like we've gotten past, we're 4 years into it. It's like
intermarriage is a standard. Conservative rabbi.
Right, you know, decide that I would not fit. I already, I mean, I never have, like, 12 years of being
right.
And
Those types of how far should kitchen be kosher or whatever. Those questions have were like dropped off the table. It's like the question, are you wearing jeans for work? Or it was like, I don't remember, it was the last one. It was like, are you relaxed enough to be, or are you prim and proper that it has to be always in a suit and always look the role?
We have a gardening event.
yeah, you're not going to see me at work in jeans, you know, at least the first year. I mean, I think, you know, first use question was, you know, making that transition. Bye. Should things work out?
Right.
That's one of the things.
But actually, the answer I was thinking that it actually is it's no different than parent wanting to be either the parent or your friend. You know, it's that same type of trying to figure out where the fence line is. You know, sometimes I got to be on this side of it, and sometimes I got to be on this side of it. And that's just the way it goes. And it's the same, it can almost be the same type of scenario.
Yeah. So I've had conversations with students where they'll ask me a question, and I'll say, do you want the Sarah answer? Or, you know, or do you want, like, as a friend? Like, do you know, and I look at them. And I think, sometimes, the rabbi answer, that's the rabbi, you know, but there are moments where.
That's correct.
Well, ultimately, it's going to come down to what you think is the right thing to do.
Regardless of the scenario. It's not so far off anymore. See, there's the question of today's world. So how do you feel about marijuana usage? It's now that one's coming to the forefront.
Huh?
That was a taboo topic.
No, so if you smoke, you smoke. If you don't smoke, you don't smoke. That's how society is.
No, sir.
Right, for my generation.
That's correct.
There's rules in the dorm that you're supposed to follow.
We're not supposed to smoke in the dorms. Do we smoke in the dorms? Of course not.
Of course not.
Of course we don't smoke in the dorms. No, where I lived last year, my entire floor had smelled like weed 24/7. You could just walk out of that elevator and just be hit.
But that's what I don't understand is that, you know, there's so much rule about that.
As long as they really don't care as long as you don't sell to smokers. And if you don't let the entire floor smell, that's what they're doing.
But I mean, like they were supposedly searching the dorms just like for safety purposes, like over break, everybody had to turn in their key. And, well, wouldn't you be finding and confiscating and kind of stuff though? I mean,
if you're stupid enough to leave it out.
Well, leave it out.
Like there was a kid last year who left his bong out on the table and his door was always open. And the CA walked by and he's like,
right.
Like I don't care if you smoke, but I can visibly see it and your door is open, just get it back to you.
Right.
And everybody has their own rules too. Like some don't care, some care. And you'll find some CAs who will smoke with their
But
kids.
one of our neighbors have started sharing a little bit, they're not as friendly anymore because of the waftiness of our cloud. Yes, they're one of those.
Well, there's still, I mean,
There is
like from
still
the employment
some-
perspective, there's still a lot of taboo.
Yeah, there is still some, but there's not as much as there used to be.
Just take the revenue.
I'm just still seeing employers that discriminate based on
I think that's
really? Yeah.
Something got, even the NFL got past that. They moved past that.
Yeah.
I locked the inner door, I left the outer door unlocked.
Was singing.
No, not right now, no, but I mean, just, I wouldn't be
Great
able to.
singing system we have here at Temple Beth Tzedek.
No, listen, family first, that's, you know, that's what we do.
It'll be a lot of fun tonight.
I'm going to Rochester to listen to Michael's acapella composition. So I won't be at Minto. So that would be. I miss having in-person Minto and introduction sheet. I mean,
Cantor's so excited, he came in and he made cholent.
I know.
He's so excited.
What do we used to say at announcements? The nicest service of the week? I mean, you know, there's definitely something about the relaxed pace of Shabbos Minta and Suda and Miro.
Yeah, I'm Friday night.
There-
I'm college about it.
One of the best things about when we had a rabbinic intern, when we had Rabbi Nutter on, remember this? We always came because the intern had to do Suda.
Right.
And it was just really nice. It was a group of 10, 12 people. I mean, we had a minyan, but we didn't have a lot of people, and there was like a little Havarah about it.